listening to the home of the best coverage of your Phoenix Suns and the NBA. This is Wildcats Radio 1290. Live from the CNWT.
Wait, what's the CNWT?
Central Northwest Tucson, duh.
It's DK on the Sports Tip with your host, David Kelly.
Radio. Just when I thought I was out, they drug me back in.
Featuring J.W. Madden.
Don't tell me about flip-flops, man. I'm a native.
David Amata.
Hey, that's Dragon Ball to you.
And Cricket getting you home with traffic and weather.
Camp on Melt Lemon, not in the left lane on the freeway.
Here we go! And now, a man who has not one, but three first names, David Scott Kelly.
This Major League Baseball postseason thing is not going well for the favorites.
3-2. Suarez delivers. Luck swings and misses. Strike three. Suarez and the Padres have beat LA, and they take a 2-1 lead in the National League Division Series. A 6-run second inning holds up, and the Padres can send the Dodgers home for the winter with a win here tomorrow night.
And that would be coming up later tonight. So the Dodgers, the favorite, courtesy of BetQL, on the brink of elimination. They're not the only ones playing for their lives today.
1-2 the count. Stanek sets, now the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three, put it in the books. Ryan Stanek blows a fastball by Cody Clemens. The Mets have won the ball game, and they have taken a 2-1 lead in the National League Division Series. Game 4 against the Phillies right back here tomorrow night. And so, Ryan Stanek gave the Mets...
Howie Rose on the Mets radio network. The Phillies could be the first favorite eliminated, the number 2 seed in the National League. They are playing right now at Citi Field in New York, top of the third, no score. It's not going very well in the American League either for the number 2 seed.
Hedges deep in that right-handed batter's box, spreads out. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Tigers win. Tyler Holton works a 1-2-3 ninth. Back-to-back shutouts. And the Tigers have taken a 2-1 series lead.
20 straight innings. I think actually now 21 straight innings without a run for the Cleveland Guardians, for my tribe, after they scored 5 in the first on Saturday, and I think they got 2 more in the 6th. They have not had a single run since then. And Detroit with a bullpen game for a bullpen game. They threw 5 guys today and beat the Tribe. Shut them out. Not only beat them, but shut them out with 5 guys and a starter that pitched just 1 inning.
2 best ERAs. We talked about this before the playoffs even started, DK. 2 best team ERAs left in the playoffs, strength versus strength. Looks like the Guardians didn't bring their bats.
No, their bats have been grossly absent, and now the Tigers can wrap up their series tomorrow with a win over my tribe. It's I guess we could say it's not looking good for the Yankees tonight. They are the lone team still to play a game 3, and that game will be getting underway in about an hour in Kansas City as that series shifts to KC for game 3, 4:08 first pitch, Yankees and the Royals. In that game, it'll be for the Yankees on the bump. Who they got pitching? Clark Schmidt today against Seth Lugo for the Royals. And our guy, Alex Verdugo, has a couple of RBIs in this series. Hit just .233 this year for the Yankees, so not a great average year. 13 homers, 61 runs batted in, but drove in a couple of runs in the first game of this series, the opening win for the Yankees. Then the Royals came back and won game 2, 4-1. So that is where we stand right now. 4 games today. Everybody's playing on this Wednesday, and 2 teams could be eliminated by the end of the night. The Philadelphia Phillies must win to force that series back to Philadelphia. The Dodgers must win to force that series back to Los Angeles. And then it'll be game 4 tomorrow in the American League. Ryan Brashear for the Dodgers tonight against Dylan Cease for the Padres. That is a tough assignment, although Dylan Cease did not pitch well in his first outing of the postseason. He got kind of roughed up, but still, that's Dylan Cease out there tonight. So the Dodgers, who are the prohibited favorite to win the whole thing, have got their hands full tonight deep in Southern California. 520-848-1290 is our number if you want to talk some baseball with us. I mentioned last week, this is my favorite time of the year. Baseball is my favorite sport. So we will talk a lot of baseball during the postseason as these games play themselves out. It has been exciting, to say the least. How about this guy for the San Diego Padres?
Padres have really kind of scored some points here in the second, but they're looking for a knockdown. Here's the 0-2. And Tatis sends it in the air. Deep to left field. Hernandez is back. Looking up. Gonna go! 2-run homer, Fernando Tatis Jr. And it is a 6-run second inning.
And they got all 6 of their runs in that second inning. It held up despite a grand slam by Teoscar Hernandez. Fernando Tatis Jr. Now, this goes back to the regular season, but in his last 10 games, he is 13 for 37 with 3 doubles, 5 home runs, and 8 RBIs. The only thing they're not doing is getting on base in front of him so he can have some more RBIs. 5 home runs and 8 ribs tells you that it's not a whole lot of guys on in front of Fernando Tatis. Probably because I'm not sure exactly where he hits in the order. I think he might hit second or third in the Padres order. But man, you want to talk about hot. That is Fernando Tatis right now. Everybody's saying he is built for this. He is built for this stage. He's got the personality. He's flamboyant. He does the little stutter step around third when he hits the home runs. He is that dude right now. And he is leading his Padres, who, again, we've talked about the hottest team in the National League. And it's all about when you get hot. I mean, the hottest team in the National League has been the Padres. The hottest team in the American League has been the Tigers. What did I see? The Tigers, they were like 12 games or something under 500 in August. And here they are, 1 win away from the American League Championship Series. I mean, it's incredible. It's just it smacks at this belief that this season is over if you're not in a certain place at the end of July or mid-July, because they have totally turned that upside down. This team was 8 games under 500 at 55-63 on August 10th. Most teams would have sold. They'd have been sellers at the deadline. Not this team. And boy, did they turn it around. 31-13 down the stretch to get in. As the final seed, they dispatched of Houston in 2 on the road. They're now, 3-1 on the road in the postseason? Yeah, that's, I had said last week, that's a team you really don't want to play.
I got your answer. So Tatis is batting second. And despite the fact that he has, what'd you say, he's batting 600 in his last 35 at-bats.
Something like 350.
Luis Arraez is batting at the leadoff spot for the Padres. 9 for his last 47.
Wow.
So he's batting under 200 in his last 10 games.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why Tatis's RBIs aren't looking like they should.
Right. Jeez, back him up.
Right?
Back
Get
him,
on base
Back him up in the order.
before Fernando gets on up to bat. You got to get somebody out there.
Back him up in the order. Put him 4th or 5th. My goodness, the way he's swinging the bat, I mean, that is just absolutely insane. All right, before we get too deep into the show, I want to pause here and send out our condolences to the Monaco family. Jim Monaco, the longtime football coach here in Southern Arizona, athletics director at Pima College for a number of years. We had him on our show earlier this year when he retired. Jim and Danielle lost their youngest son, Jimmy. He passed away earlier this week. So I want to send our condolences out to the Monaco family. Great people. Just a horrible, horrible situation that they're dealing with the death of Jimmy. And we want them to know that we are thinking about them and that we love them and that we are absolutely behind them and want to support them through this horrible time. So condolences out to the Monaco family here in Tucson. Very, very much loved people in this community. All right, we got a lot in store for you tonight on this show. Desiree Reed-Francois is going to join us here in this hour. We'll talk Arizona athletics with her. We mentioned yesterday some changes to the flight plan for the soccer team. They are going to Houston instead of to Florida because Hurricane Milton is bearing down on Florida. A lot of the athletics down in Florida have been changed and switched and that type of thing, as you can imagine, with the second hurricane that they've had to deal with now in less than, a month?
You know what's crazy is I was reading today that it's going to be the first direct hit on Tampa in over a century.
Wow. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I lived in North Carolina for 2 summers, 1995 and 1996, and we got hit in each of those summers. I was doing minor league baseball at the time. How crazy is this? We were on the road both times, so we were not.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry, I take that back. We were on the road for the first one in 95. The second one came right after the season ended. And I think I may have told this story once before how the season ended on Monday. The hurricane was supposed to hit on like Friday. And I had actually had plans to drive back to Cleveland because I was interviewing for a job up there in radio. And so I was like, well, I'm supposed to leave on Saturday. I'll just let the hurricane, I'll ride it out, and I'll stay with my plans to leave on Saturday. Our last day at the office for the minor league baseball team was that Friday. That was like our last day. And so we were shutting down the office, and I figured, okay, I'll go home because I know I'm probably going to lose electricity tonight. I'll go home. I'll get me some some things I can go cook up real quick, like some rice and roni. I used to eat rice and roni a lot back in the day. I said, I'll go up and get me a few rice and ronis.
Bachelor years?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe some lunch meat. Get me some lunch meat just so I have something to eat because I know I'm going to lose power. Our refrigerator won't be working, all that stuff. So of course, I had never dealt with a hurricane before.
Right.
So I get to the grocery store, and it's like already boarded up.
Sure, wasteland. Yeah, wasteland.
It's boarded up.
And
They're
there's
gone.
nothing in there anyway
Yeah,
because it was
they're
already
gone.
grabbed.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yeah.
But grocery stores boarded up, and they're gone.
Like the toilet paper aisles 5
Right.
years ago.
So I get home, and I think I had one thing of rice roni that was already in there. So I open it up, and I put it on the stove, right? And I go into the bedroom to just start packing, and literally like 5 minutes into cooking, the lights went out.
Right.
And I said, I'm out of here.
A little too late. Yeah.
So I start throwing stuff in. So I literally just started throwing stuff into my suitcase. I put it in the car. I went down there and I start getting out of town. So and the way hurricanes work is, at that point the eye was still offshore, but you still have torrential rain bands that are inland. So I'm like literally driving from the coast of North Carolina up towards Raleigh. I mean, it was the worst rain I've ever driven through in my life. I couldn't see like 2 feet in front of my car. I didn't know if I was going to hit something.
Yeah.
I'm driving like probably 20 miles an hour on whatever I forget the I-40 or whatever it is that goes out of Wilmington towards Raleigh, and it did not stop raining until I got to West Virginia.
And, not all eyes are created equal, and that's the thing here is that if you think about, like, centrifugal force, like if you talk about an ice skater in the Olympics who's, 4'2" and weighs 65 pounds, and when they put their arms together, they spin faster. But imagine that's a sumo wrestler doing the same exact thing, DK. And this particular storm has a very tiny eye, and there's so much more wind gust as a result because it's spinning around a much smaller area. So traditionally, when the eye goes over you, it's a calm, right?
Yeah,
because
exactly.
there's a big eye for most of these hurricanes. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, I got a good, really, really close friend of mine in Tampa. She's relocated to the Miami area, and they've left their house. They did not leave their house for the first one 2 weeks ago, but now they've left for this one because it's coming right through Tampa.
Yeah.
Real quick before we go to break, are you going to ask Desiree about the NLI decision that was made today?
I did not hear about that.
So we're talking about NIL so much, NIL. Well, the National Letter of Intent is gone.
Oh, wow.
As of today, National Letter of Intent no longer exists.
Okay.
There's a completely new system. The NCAA approved immediate elimination of the National Letter of Intent. So, I mean, we've lived our whole lives waiting for a player to sign their National Letter of Intent to signify that they are committed to a university. That system is going away as of today.
Interesting. All right, we'll talk to Desiree Reed-Francois about that and a whole lot of other things. DK on the sports tip. Dragon Ball still in for cricket, getting you home every 20 minutes on the fives with your traffic and your weather.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together. Accident over at East Benson Highway and Irvington Road, causing major slowing on Benson Highway in eastbound Irvington. Avoid that if you can. Also, incident with injury at South Palo Verde Road and Ajo Way. A complete crawl right now to the intersection, so avoid that spot if you can. Weather right now, 99 degrees and pretty cloudy around town. Mid-80s expected tonight. I'm Dragon Ball with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Is he okay?
Ron, did you get hit on the head?
What? Oh, no. I was just reminiscing.
Here comes a story.
I was 5 or 6. A scruffy little ragamuffin, I was.
A scruffy? What are you, Charles Dickens?
Mama just wanted to comfort me.
Mama?
Comfort. It's why we started Alaskan AC, you know?
We know.
I was being a fuss budget. Golly, I was a scoundrel.
Get to the point.
These were the early days at Alaskan AC, see?
See.
It's a fun place to work at Alaskan AC.
Ron.
We don't take ourselves too seriously.
We literally just came up with the new Alaskan AC jingle last month.
What? Who's that? Who's there? Is it you, Mama?
Oh, boy.
Yes, Ronnie, it's Mama.
Did your little Ron Bon make you proud?
Every day, dear.
Why did I even come to work today?
Because...
it's a fun place to work at Alaskan AC. We don't take ourselves too seriously.
AlaskanAC.com.
For 100 years, O'Reilly Chevrolet has been part of the fabric of Tucson, just as our Chevy trucks are part of the fabric of America. With that in mind, we're proud to announce it's officially truck season. And this year,
at
we
Wildcats
have
Radio
Motor Trend's Truck of the
1290, we're not just radio. We're your source in Tucson for digital marketing solutions. We specialize in creating strategic and effective marketing campaigns designed to get results for your business. Whether you want to target a local, regional, or a national audience, we have the right solution for your business. Call the Wildcats Radio 1290 business line at 520-887-1000 and put Cumulus Digital Media to work for you.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out.
Mark, you're late. We agreed we'd meet at the gym.
Sorry, I just don't have the energy I did a few years ago.
Could be low testosterone.
Low testosterone?
It happens, especially after 40. I was feeling the same way, so I started taking clomiphene from Zelfie. It helps boost testosterone and made a huge difference for me.
I thought testosterone replacement therapies had risks.
And clomiphene isn't testosterone replacement therapy. There's no injections. It's a simple daily pill that boosts your body's natural natural production of testosterone.
This helps you?
Enclomiphene can double your testosterone levels. Since taking it, I'm building lean muscle. I'm also sleeping better, plus other benefits in the bedroom. It's easy to try. Plus, send them a text right now and get 40% off.
Text BOOST to 200-300 to find out if you qualify for enclomiphene from Zelfie. Don't wait. Text BOOST to 200-300 right now and get 40% off. Enclomiphene can double your testosterone levels, and it's 100% online and shipped directly to your door. Text BOOST to 200-300. That's BOOST to 200-300.
This is Jim Rome with your Rome Report. If you know anything at all about San Diego, you know that when it comes to big-time sporting events, the fans are not some laid-back, sleepy, beach town inhabitants. No, when San Diego's teams are good, those people get turned up. And if you didn't already know that, you found that out last night. What a win for the Padres. Meanwhile, for Dodger fan and Dodger baseball team, all together now. Uh-oh. Suddenly it feels like I've seen this movie before. And the reason it feels like I've seen this movie before is because I have seen this movie before. Unfortunately, they break it out nationwide in every single theater pretty much every year at this time, and we know how it ends, and it ends terribly for LA. I'm not burying them yet. Let's just say that I have selected my plot and I know where the shovel is.
O'Reilly. Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free and provides a report with solutions based on over 650 million vehicle scans verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we can recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards RealFit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
All right, let's talk some Arizona athletics with the athletics director at the university. Desiree Reed-Francois joins us for her weekly visit. And Desiree didn't get the win on the football field last Saturday night, unfortunately, but heading out onto the road back to Utah. And a lot of eyes going to be on the Wildcats. Big noon kickoff, Fox Big Noon Kickoff is coming to town in Provo, and it's never hurts to have that type of attention surrounding your football team. I'm not sure we've got you, Desiree. Hold on. We'll there we go. Now I think we've got you. Go ahead, Desiree.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, last week stung a little bit, but now we're really looking forward to going back to the state of Utah and see if we can make it 2-0 in that state. And, you know, BYU is going to have a passionate fan base. It's a beautiful, beautiful backdrop, beautiful venue, and really looking forward to kind of get back on our winning side.
And, of course, next Saturday, we got back-to-back 1 o'clock games. Next Saturday is going to be homecoming here at the University of Arizona. I guess, what are you most looking forward to for your first homecoming?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a homecoming, but I'm really looking forward to seeing a packed Arizona stadium. You know, we've sold out. Colorado's going to be electric. It's a really great matchup. And I'm looking forward to all of our fans just being able to have a day game. And it's just going to be a fun, exciting, electric atmosphere.
We're chatting with the athletics director at the University of Arizona, Desiree Reed-Francois. Now, interesting, Desiree, today we got the full schedule in terms of the times for Arizona men's basketball. I don't know how long you've been. You've obviously been here since the early part of the year, so I don't know if you've heard about this fan base's dislike for late start times. There are unfortunately quite a few on this schedule. I think there are 7 games that start after 7 o'clock. Obviously, you guys don't have necessarily a lot to do with that, but how do you attack that from inside to try to, make sure that, the energy is still there, 8:30, 9 o'clock for those types of games?
I don't love a 9 o'clock game either. I think we have two of them, and then we have an 8:30 and an 8 o'clock. All of those are on ESPN, like on big ESPN or ESPN2. I think the 9 o'clock with Arizona State is an ESPN2 game. I don't love them either, but I'm 52, and so I'm old, and I hate that. But you know who does love who I think? And again, I haven't been a student here for a really long time. I mean, it's been so long that when I was talking about, we did an after-action review on the red and blue game, and I was like, well, the last red and blue game I went to, I remember having to bring canned foods. And people looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, I swear, I remember waiting in line and having to bring canned foods. And, it was more of a thank you. Anyway, I digress, but I am really, I think our students are going to be fired up for the 9 p.m. games. They tend to come out in force. And so, I do love the opportunity to showcase our incredible men's basketball program on a national stage. And so it's not, yes, I know we would all love the 7 p.m. games. We're going to continue to work with our conference colleagues to express our desire for 7 o'clock games, but I also really love having the opportunity to showcase Arizona men's basketball and our great institution across the country on a national platform.
What did you think of your first red-blue game last Friday night? Well, since the old days.
Yeah, it's been a really long time. No canned foods. But, which is something I was teasing our staff, and I don't know, I think I really like that idea of bringing canned food. So watch out, next year we might be doing that. But it's, it was so much fun to watch our team. And, I've seen them a lot in practice, and sure, it's just a scrimmage, but I'm really excited about our backcourt. I met with some recruits later on that evening and then on Saturday. And I was talking to them about how strong our backcourt is and just how much fun we are going to be and what a great matchup it's going to be in the Big 12.
What's your message to recruits when you have a chance to talk to them and their families?
It depends upon the sport, but I talk to them about being an alum. I talk to them about how incredible this community is and how much they really care, that we really care about Arizona athletics. I talk about how special Tucson is. I talk about the food. And then to the parents, and I talk about just the camaraderie amongst our student athletes and how much they care about one another, and they're joining this incredible Wildcat family. And then I also tend to talking to moms and dads, I make sure that they know that we see their children as more than just a number. They're more than just a statistic. We're going to take care of that. We really mean it when we say they're Wildcats for life. We're going to make sure that they not only have a valuable Arizona degree, that they not only are going to be prepared to have some of the best coaching in the entire world, but also that they're going to be prepared for life after the ball stops bouncing. And then finally, especially for my men's basketball moms and dads and guardians and aunts and uncles, I talk to them about why, as a mother, why having Jackson Francois and having him learn under Coach Lloyd and the whole staff, and why that's so important, and how this staff cares about our children as more than just basketball players. They care about the whole person.
Desiree Reed-Francois joining us. She is the athletics director at the University of Arizona. Desiree, we had some breaking news that happened on the college front earlier today with the announcement that the National Letter of Intent program is going away. What are the immediate ramifications on that, and how that's going to work now in terms of recruits coming into colleges?
Yeah, they'll be signing offers of admission and financial aid agreements. And then, we're as you know, David, we're going through a massive period of transformation. When you look at the House settlement and how that will be in place beginning in the fall of 25, so that's a big shift. It's a massive shift. And the National Letter of Intent had to, because of the new House settlement and all that's accompanying, there's going to be a couple more changes coming too. And, changes that we haven't even thought about. Whenever you have a massive transformation, there's going to be bumps and bruises along the way, and that's okay, because in the end, it's part of the evolution, and we can use it as a competitive advantage because the University of Arizona is a championship program. We're a championship brand, and we are going to compete at the highest levels. But we're going to do it being very good stewards of our resources, being fair, but being really competitive.
We've got our first Territorial Cup Series match tonight up in Tempe. It'll be Arizona Volleyball against the Sun Devils. The Wildcats have won the last two Territorial Cup Series trophies, so got to keep that streak going. Now, will you be heading up for that tonight, or you have other business down here?
Unfortunately, I won't. I'll be having dinner with Coach Lloyd and some of our coaches, and so I'm going to miss that, unfortunately. But we will be tuned in at 7 o'clock on ESPN Plus, and I am fired up. Coach Rita has that team performing at a really high level. What freshmen Avery Scoggins and Carly Cisneros, they are just really impressive, as are Jordan Wilson and Jalen Hodge. I mean, they are a strong 1-2 punch on offense. And they're great young people. They're great ambassadors for this university. So we will be watching and cheering from Tucson.
Did Coach Lloyd, did he scold you for not coming out to Post Move Friday and jamming with Mixmaster Mike?
Not exactly. That is not necessarily my scene.
We missed you out there, Desiree.
You know what? Sometimes you got to know your lane and know your space. And now, if it was some old school NWA, you never know. If it was Bruce Springsteen.
Okay.
Yeah, if it was Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah,
that's right. That's how I roll. I'm super fun. No one will ever say, hey, you know what, Desiree, she's got great musical taste, but I do love me some old school NWA and as well as Bruce Springsteen.
There you
I know
go.
It's weird.
There you go. Hey, obviously in the first segment, before you joined us, we were talking about the hurricane situation down in Florida, and that obviously had an effect on our program this week with soccer having to shift their game against Central Florida to Houston for tomorrow. Was that a logistical challenge? How did that kind of work? And was that an easy process to kind of navigate for Arizona soccer?
You know what, Rachel Blunt and our coaches all worked, and Becca, and just everybody really worked collaboratively together. And I was following the hurricane and its path, and one of my close friends is the athletic director at the University of South Florida, and so I was talking to him last night and about how he was having to relocate all of his staff and all of his student athletes, and we just pray for them. We hope that everybody is safe, and if we have to move a soccer game to Houston, my goodness, that's the least we could do. So we're glad that it all worked out, and we look forward to playing tomorrow and then playing at Houston on Sunday.
Your busy schedule had you at the Tucson Chamber of Commerce Arizona Sports Rally last night, rubbing shoulders with some of our professional sports teams here, the Sugar Skulls and FC Tucson and the Road Runners. What was that event like, and what were some of the initiatives and things that came out of that?
Yeah, it was great. Anytime we have a chance to be out in the community and talking to different people and being able to showcase our incredible coaches to our community, it's a good day and it's a good win. And I just raced up the stairs because I just came in from Marana because I was speaking to the Marana Chamber of Commerce over lunch today, and we have an incredible community. That's one thing that it's a really great selling point, not only for recruits, but for our staff and just for also our Big 12 colleagues. I was telling them how special Tucson is. It's a great community, and we know how much our community gives to us. Anytime we have a chance to get out in the community, we're going to seize that opportunity. And, we talked about women's soccer. I would be remiss if I didn't give them a shout-out for how absolutely fantastic they were. We work with a group of young ladies that are between 8 and 14, and they're called the Mini Ponderosas. And they are wonderful young ladies, and our women's soccer team hosted them for practice and for dinner last week, and it was absolutely fantastic to see the mentoring and just the teaching and the great conversations. It was very special. It was one of those beautiful moments that you really are thankful to do the jobs that we get to do.
And Suresh Garamella, the new president of the university, arrived on campus last week. There's a lot of people, Desiree, that maybe don't know him very well, or wondering like what type of president he's going to be in terms of athletics. Obviously, Dr. Robbins was extremely involved and hands-on. Do you have a preference? What do you want to see? What do you think that relationship's going to be like between your department and the Upper University?
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic relationship. He is throughout the process. So President Garamella used to work for one of my former bosses while he was at Purdue, Tim Sands. And Tim Sands was my boss at Virginia Tech. And President Sands has just, throughout the search process, spoke so glowingly about President Garamella, and everything that he said, that has been what I have found to be true. He is direct, he is honest, he is caring, he cares about athletics, and he wants us to be great ambassadors for the university, and he wants to make sure our student athletes are at the forefront of all of our decisions. So that's who we are. We're going to be unabashedly and unapologetically competitive, but our student athletes are the reason why we do what we do, and we have a responsibility to galvanize our community, and that's what we're about. So there is an incredible alignment already, and the future is very bright.
And all the fall sports teams are on the road this week, but we do have some home events. Beach volleyball going to have a fall event out at the beach, Bear Down Beach, on Saturday and Sunday. That'll be free for fans to attend. And baseball will be home on Saturday for a game against Pima College. So a few events, spring-related in the fall, that folks can get out to and attend this weekend. Desiree, as always, we appreciate you taking a few moments to join us. We look forward to our chat with you next week.
Awesome. Thank you, David, and bear down.
Bear down, for sure. Bear down, go Cats. All right, Desiree Reed-Francois, Athletics Director at the University of Arizona. Much more straight ahead. We're going to chat with Jay Drew from the Desiree News in Salt Lake City. He covers the BYU Cougars. We'll get his thoughts on everything happening with that football team as we get you set for Saturday and the square-off between the Cougars and the Wildcats. DK on the sports tip, and we've got Dragon Ball in for cricket, getting you home every 20 minutes on the fives with your traffic in your way.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together. Some more accidents. We have one at Speedway and Park. This is right by the U of A Museum of Art, causing some major slowing at the intersection there. Also, be aware of Ina near the I-10 overpass. We have reported hit and runs slowing things majorly on West Ina Road as we speak. Also, you're still looking at 99 right now. Cloudy around town. Going to be cooling down to the mid-80s tonight. I'm Dragon Ball with you, Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Stay informed on all the latest news from McHale Center and Arizona men's basketball by following us on Twitter at Wildcats1290. When news breaks from Tommy Lloyd's team, we will bring it to you on Wildcats Radio 1290.
A playoff over? I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Yankees travel to KC with their series against the Royals tied at 1 game apiece. The BetQL model is expecting some runs in this pivotal Game 3. BetQL has over 8 as a 4-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Sean Furrier here for Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. There's a rumor that summer could finally be coming to an end, a big relief for us. But your car is probably still feeling the effects of the brutal summer heat. So now's the perfect time to stop by any of the 14 area Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care locations for a complimentary check of your brakes, batteries, coolant levels, and wiper blades. Those are just a few of the things to help keep your car road trip ready. And when those cooler overnight temperatures finally do arrive, some of you will see your low pressure warning light come on. But don't worry, you can stop by anytime for a free tire inspection and air pressure check. And if your tire sensor really is a problem, we can fix that too. Mention this ad and get free installation and tire rebalancing with the purchase of any new tire pressure sensor. Visit jackfurriers.com for even more specials. And for fast, friendly service, you can make an appointment online. Call ahead or just drive up and find out why Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care is the locals' favorite for tires and automotive repair. Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. Since 1960, we're here to get you there.
Is he okay?
Ron, did you get hit on the head? What? Oh, no. I was just reminiscing.
Here comes a story.
I was 5 or 6. A scruffy little ragamuffin, I was.
A scruffy? What are you, Charles Dickens?
Mama just wanted to comfort me.
Mama?
Comfort. It's why we started Alaskan AC, you know?
We know.
I was being a fuss budget. Golly, I was a scoundrel.
Get to the point.
These were the early days at Alaskan AC, see? It's a fun place to work at Alaskan AC.
Ron.
We don't take ourselves too seriously.
We literally just came up with the new Alaskan AC jingle last month.
What? Who's that? Who's there? Is it you, Mama?
Oh, boy.
Yes, Ronnie, it's Mama.
Did your little Ron Bon make you proud?
Every day, dear.
Why did I even come to work today?
Because...
It's a fun place to work at Alaskan AC. We don't take ourselves too seriously.
AlaskanAC.com.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
Oh, I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it!
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
This is Jim Rome with a Sports Minute. Freddie Freeman throwing to second base and having that ball bounce off of Manny Machado yesterday and leading to a monster second inning from the Padres absolutely was one of the key plays in the game. However, Dodger fan, it doesn't mean that Machado, no matter how much you hate him, it doesn't mean he broke any rules. And no matter how much you hate the umps, it doesn't mean that they actually blew that call. I'm Jim Rome.
Football is back. And what better way to celebrate than winning some cash with Sleeper Picks? Sleeper Picks is a fantasy game, but you could win real money. Just pick more or less on at least 2 player stats. If your picks are right, you win. You could pick up to 8 players to win up to 100 times your money. And Sleeper has a couple huge offers to kickstart the football season. For new users, Sleeper will match your first deposit with up to $100 credit to your account. If you've already played, Sleeper's got discounted player projections for you every week of the season. So download the Sleeper app now and use promo code BLOCK, and your first deposit will be doubled with a credit up to $100. What are you waiting for? Download Sleeper today and use code BLOCK for a credit up to $100 match on your first deposit. That's code BLOCK. Must be 18 years in most states and in state where it is legal. Promo code and other restrictions apply. Visit sleeper.com. Please wager responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-426-2537 for help. Sponsored by Sleeper, a Blitz product.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. Let's talk some Arizona and BYU. Jay Drew from the Deseret News in Salt Lake City joins us now. He covers the BYU Cougars. And before we get into the football, Jay, I must ask you, obviously we are now connected, Tucson in Salt Lake City, by way of the game of hockey, as our team here is the high-level affiliate, the American League affiliate for the new Utah Hockey Club, which opened up last night. What was that like for the city to have National League hockey last night?
Yeah, it was a pretty monumental moment. We've wanted hockey here. We've had, like, AAA hockey, for quite a while, but if you'd told me 10 years ago Utah would be getting a NHL franchise, I wouldn't have believed it. So it's came together really quickly, and so far so good. The fans have gobbled up season tickets, and last night was a party atmosphere, sold-out crowd, and they won 5-2, so really great start for them, and now it's going to be interesting to see if they can sustain it. I think they can. This is a really fast-growing area with a lot of sports fans, so let's see if they can keep it up, but so far so good.
Yeah, and another one of our favorite sons, Lauri Markkanen, who plays for the Utah Jazz, was a part of the event last night. He's got himself a new contract this year, too, and so good to see that they're investing in him as the future face of that franchise.
Yeah, for sure. And he had a press conference a few days ago and basically told everybody he loved living in Salt Lake City, that it was the perfect town for him, being from Finland and being Finnish and not needing kind of the bright lights and being okay living in a small market and playing for a small market team. So, yeah, he's quickly becoming a fan favorite here in Salt Lake.
We're chatting with Jay Drew from the Deseret News. He covers BYU. And so I guess the big question, Jay, is Jake Retzlaff going to play quarterback this weekend? There's been a lot of speculation, obviously, with his Jewish faith and Yom Kippur this weekend that he might not play. Our understanding, though, is he is going to play Saturday?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt. In fact, last year we kind of went through this, and he wasn't the starting quarterback at the time, but he said nothing would change. He would be dressed, ready to go. And so nothing has changed this year. I would be totally shocked if he didn't play. In fact, this is kind of the first time that I've heard of such, of such rumors or news or whatever. We're going to be meeting with the offensive players here in about 10 minutes, and certainly we'll ask him. But I would be just totally surprised if he doesn't play.
A transfer from Riverside College, dual threat, does run the ball a little bit. That is something that the Wildcats have had some problems with this season against Kansas State and Avery Johnson, and earlier in the year against New Mexico. What is his kind of mix with the run and the pass?
Yeah, he definitely looks to pass first. He's not one of those guys that gets happy feet. He's pretty poised in the pocket. He will run. He will take off, but he certainly isn't. And he will usually slide or run out of bounds. He doesn't like to take on contact, but he's definitely a pass first guy, and will go through his progressions and will only take off if he has to. They do have a couple of RPO packages for him where it's his decision. He can tuck it and run, and he's done that a couple of times, especially, to pick up some key third downs. But he prides himself on being more of a pocket passer, even though he does refer to himself as a dual threat quarterback as well. So, yeah, he's I would say he leans heavily towards passing.
And obviously one of the young men on the depth chart behind him we are very familiar with, and Trayson Bourget, one of our high school stars from here in Tucson. How has Trayson kind of ingratiated himself into the program?
Yeah, we heard a lot of good things about him over fall camp. He was in the battle for that third spot. This battle for the starting spot was between Retzlaff and Gary Bohannon, a Baylor and USF transfer. Trayson, I think, has pretty much won that third spot. It's between him and a Utah State transfer named McKay Hillstead. But from everything we've heard, Trayson has a bright future in the program. Coaches love him. They love that he played at Western Michigan and got a lot of good experience there. But right now he's kind of in a quite a logjam of behind two other guys that have more experience than he does.
Jay Drew from the Deseret News joining us, covers BYU, talking Arizona and the Cougars. I guess the other big question is who's going to play running back? I know there have been a lot of injuries in the backfield there. L.J. Martin kind of trying to work his way back in, but hasn't really played in a few weeks. How's that going to shake out with the running back room and those injuries?
Yeah, if there's any indication, LJ will play because he's on the list to be interviewed today.
Oh, there you go.
BYU generally doesn't let you talk to guys that aren't going to play or are injured. But that's not a surprise. They said he was really close 2 weeks ago when BYU played Baylor to going. So I would expect he'll be back. He hasn't played since the SMU game in week 2. He's BYU's best running back. He's just a cut above the other guys. The other guys aren't bad that we've seen the last couple of weeks, but L.J. Martin, he's kind of a special running back. He broke through last year as a freshman and he was BYU's leading rusher as a freshman last year. So he should be good to go and should be pretty close to 100%.
We had a chance at Big 12 Media Days to sit down and chat with Darius Lassiter, obviously the son of Cardinals great Kwame Lassiter, and he's got second on the receiving right now for BYU with 16 catches. How's his season gone so far?
Yeah, he's had a great season so far. He's made some really spectacular catches. He had a great catch against Baylor that was, they won by 6 points. That was probably the key play of the game. I think it was about a 44-yard touchdown pass he caught from Retzlaff. He's just known for making these circus catches. He's got great hands. Really good at tracking the ball. Reminds me a lot of a kid we had here a few years ago, Puka Nacua, now playing for the LA Rams.
Yeah.
It's just his ability to track the ball. He doesn't have this burner speed, but Darius has this innate ability to track the ball, especially on long throws and kind of, outmaneuver a DB for the ball. And so he's having a phenomenal senior year.
In terms of the defense, 10 sacks on the season through 5 games. Is this a team that rushes the quarterback? What's kind of the mindset for how Kalani Sitake's defenses like to play?
Yeah, a lot more aggressive than years past. Last year, the whole year, 12 games, they only had 11 sacks. They've already got 10 this year. They're bringing a lot more pressure from the edges with linebackers and even with some corners sometimes. It was a huge emphasis in the offseason. And so far, they've done pretty well. They've faced some running quarterbacks. Avery Johnson from Kansas State, as the Wildcats also played, and a kid from Baylor was pretty good. His name escapes me right now, but Sawyer Robertson. So that's certainly a point of emphasis. Last year, they were dead last in sacks in the country, and so to get 10 this year through 5 games is kind of a major step up for them.
Do you think, in terms of, the way that BYU was kind of looked at, in the preseason, are they ahead of where you thought they would be? I was shocked when I saw them picked kind of low at 13, and obviously you guys are sitting right there near the top of the conference right now. Was there something that people weren't seeing about this club in the preseason?
Yeah, I'm surprised too. I picked them to go 5-7. I'm a voter on that panel. I put them right there where they ended up around 13th. So I think what we didn't realize was how this continuity, how they didn't go hit the transfer portal hard. They just said, hey, we got the guys in place. We just need to get them more experience, continuity, more playing together. And so far that formula has worked. Whether it will, it's sustainable through the rest of the season, it remains to be seen. And then I think Retzlaff, he went 0-4 starting the last 4 games last year as the starter, and now he's 5-0 this year, and he's just been better than I think anybody anticipated. The big reason they brought in Bohannon from the transfer portal is it was kind of a sign that they didn't have a lot of faith in Jake Retzlaff, but he's proved everybody wrong. He's just been better. He's been a little turnover prone, especially the first couple of games. But if I were to finger point the one guy that's been better than expected, that has really helped this team win 5 games, it'd be him.
Yeah. Before we let you go, Jay, what can U of A fans expect on this first trip to Provo?
Well, it's going to be pretty good weather. The Fox Big Noon kickoff's going to be here, so there's going to be a little added excitement with that. BYU generally is better at night than they are in the day. In fact, some of us call them the Vampire Cougs because up until last week at Baylor, they were pathetic. They'd lost like their last 10 day games.
Wow.
And won their last 10 night games or something. I don't know the exact number, but they kind of got that monkey off their back last week by winning, or 2 weeks ago by winning at Baylor in the day. But it'll be a packed house, and 5-0 team is with a big time opponent coming to town is sparking a lot of excitement in Provo.
All right, Jay. Well, we'll look forward to the game at 1 o'clock on Saturday. We appreciate you taking a few minutes to fill us in on everything that's BYU.
You bet. My pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Jay Drew from the Deseret News, longtime writer, 2001, in fact, Utah Sports Writer of the Year there in Salt Lake City, covers the Cougars beat for the Deseret News. All right, much more coming up for you in the 4 o'clock hour of the program. Looking up at the TV right now, the Phillies have a 1-0 lead on the Mets, but the Mets have a couple of runners on in the bottom of the 5th. Phillies need to win to send this series back to Philadelphia for a Game 5. And coming up later, it's going to be the Dodgers and the Padres. The Dodgers also in a must-win situation. We were talking some hockey there with Jay Drew. We're going to talk more hockey at 4:40. Adrian Denny is no longer the voice of your Tucson Roadrunners. He's been called up to be a part of the club's broadcast team in the National League with the Utah Hockey Club. We'll talk to Adrian about that and get his feedback on what happened last night. Plus, you'll hear the highlights and reaction from the Utah Hockey Club's first win in their new town. They are still affiliated with us because we are their American League club. So we still have that connection with them, and we will keep you abreast all season long of what they are doing in this first season in Salt Lake City. DK on the Sports Tip. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic. Another incident over at East Benson Highway. This is where it turns into Swan and over by Valencia, causing some major slowing right now on Valencia as we speak. And a fire has been reported at East Golder Ranch and North Oracle intersection. This is just north of Coronado K through 8, so expect some slowdowns as they get crews out there. And if we're still at 99, cloudy around town with the mid-80s tonight. I'm Dragon Ball with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather together.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Go Wildcats! As a new season starts, the Tucson Police Department bears down with the Tucson community. We are looking to build our team, and we need you. Interested in joining our starting lineup? Visit jointucsonpd.org. Join our team and score a great career. From our commissioned officers to our professional staff, the Tucson Police Department proudly stands behind the Arizona Wildcats. Bear down and apply today at jointucsonpd.org.
Families affected by Hurricane Helene urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide meals and shelter to these families. Donate today to Hurricane Helene by going to redcross.org or calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Hey Wildcat fans, Arizona football is here. Catch head coach Brent Brennan as the Wildcats enter their inaugural season of the Big 12 Conference. We need you to be part of the action, filling the stands and cheering on Arizona. Secure your seats for all 7 home games with season tickets, or pick the plan that is best for you by calling the ticket office at 520-621-2287 or visiting ArizonaWildcats.com/FB. Lock in your tickets today. We'll see you at Arizona Stadium. Bear down. Go Cats!
Quick, she's over here. I don't know. I just found her like this.
Yeah, she's banged up, but she'll be fine.
Oh, thank God. What can I do?
Just need the keys. And, sir?
Yeah?
Your car's gonna be fine.
Thank you.
Mobile detailing from Recon Auto Detailing. Tired of wear and tear on your vehicle or just tired of cleaning it yourself? We'll come to you. Book with us online and see why we have over 1,100 5-star reviews. Recon Auto Detailing. ReconDetail.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out.
Mark, you're late. We agreed we'd meet at the gym.
Sorry, I just don't have the energy I did a few years ago.
Could be low testosterone.
Low testosterone?
It happens, especially after 40. I was feeling the same way, so I started taking clomiphene from Zelfie. It helps boost testosterone and made a huge difference for me.
I thought testosterone replacement therapies had risks.
Clomiphene isn't testosterone replacement therapy. There's no injections. It's a simple daily pill that boosts your body's natural production of testosterone.
This helps you?
Clomiphene can double your testosterone levels. Since taking it, I'm building lean muscle. I'm also sleeping better, plus other benefits in the bedroom. It's easy to try. Plus, send them a text right now and get 40% off.
Text BOOST to 200-300 to find out if you qualify for enclomiphene from Zelfie. Don't wait. Text BOOST to 200-300 right now and get 40% off. Enclomiphene can double your testosterone levels, and it's 100% online and shipped directly to your door. Text BOOST to 200-300. That's BOOST to 200-300.
Sean Furrier here for Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. There's a rumor that summer could finally be coming to an end, a big relief for us. But your car is probably still feeling the effects of the brutal summer heat. So now's the perfect time to stop by any of the 14 area Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care locations for a complimentary check of your brakes, batteries, coolant levels, and wiper blades. Those are just a few of the things to help keep your car road trip ready. And when those cooler overnight temperatures finally do arrive, some of you will see your low pressure warning light come on. But don't worry, you can stop by anytime for a free tire inspection and air pressure check. And if your tire sensor really is a problem, we can fix that too. Mention this ad and get free installation and tire rebalancing with the purchase of any new tire pressure sensor. Visit jackfurriers.com for even more specials. And for fast, friendly service, you can make an appointment online. Call ahead or just drive up and find out why Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care is the locals' favorite for tires and automotive repair. Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. Since 1960, we're here to get you there.
KCUB Tucson, a Cumulus media station. We have the Arizona Wildcats covered on game day like no one else. With the biggest pre- and post-game coverage in the Big 12. We are Wildcats Radio 1290. Live from the CNWT.
Wait, what's the CNWT? Central Northwest Tucson. Duh.
It's DK on the Sports Tip with your host, David Kelly.
Radio. Just when I thought I was out, they drug me back in.
Featuring J.W. Madden.
Don't tell me about flip-flops, man. I'm a native.
David Amata.
Hey, that's Dragon Ball to you.
And Cricket getting you home with traffic and weather.
Camp on Mount Lemon, not in the left lane on the freeway.
Here we go! And now, a man who has not one, but 3 first names. David Scott Kelly.
Who says they don't drink in Salt Lake City? Last night, the NHL arrived. The Utah Hockey Club beat the Chicago Blackhawks 52. Yeah, no, it wasn't that great.
That would be a real story.
Wasn't that great. 5-2. Not 52. No, they didn't. Man, that would be wow. They scored all their season's worth of goals in one game. 5-2 was the final score. But did you hear this part of the story? According to the Salt Lake Tribune, the Delta Center sold a record-breaking number of beverages, with beer sales climbing over $120,000, more than any previous NBA or NHL event in that venue. And the Jazz have been playing NBA basketball there since 1991. The beer prices weren't cheap either. Michelob Ultras were going for $13 during the preseason. They were being sold for $15. So there you go, price gouging. They jacked up the price, $2 from the preseason. 120. That's insane to think that they'd never sold that much amount of beer for a basketball game.
Well,
so apparently the hockey people like to drink a whole lot more than the basketball people.
You have to bear in mind that 5 years ago, they changed the law. And prior to that, all beer in Utah had to be 3.2%. So now that's no longer a requirement.
Now
so
it's real beer?
Any historical records prior to 2019, you're talking about the question of, do I want to spend $10 for a beer that has half as much alcohol as a normal beer? That's the real question. So now that that's changed and hockey's involved, yeah, no, I mean, I've been to some clubs in Salt Lake City, and there's definitely, it's more of a, you need to be a member.
You've been to some, like, clubs?
You need to be a member. You have to be a member to be able to get in, or to know somebody who's a member to get in.
Who do they think they are? North Carolina?
It's something like that. I mean, it's not a dry. It's clearly not a dry county, but you can only buy in certain places and all of that. So.
I remember that when I going back to the first hour, we are talking about the Hurricanes in North Carolina when I moved there in 1995. I remember that blowing my mind. What do you mean I got to have a membership to come in here?
Yeah.
You know? Crazy. I was like, are you serious? You got to have a membership to go out and have a beer in this town? I moved to Wilmington in 1995, Wilmington, North Carolina, right on the coast. And that apparently, that's still the case in Salt Lake City?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's like some pool halls and things like that you can go to, but I think most bars and anything that has a stage that can set up for a band. Like I saw Pennywise there once, and we had to know somebody who had a membership in order to even buy tickets to go.
There was this one bar in downtown Wilmington. It was real cool though. It was like you got your membership, but your membership, you got a key. And so the door was locked, so you would let yourself in with the key. So I remember thinking, yeah, we got the Key Club membership for this place.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some speakeasy type stuff, like old 1920s Chicago style, where you pull on a certain sconce and there a secret door opens, and back there's actually a bar. That's the way it used to be. So yeah, I mean, as far as on the surface, you do need. Most of the places, as far as I still know, you do need to be a member in Salt Lake City.
All right, let's hear some of the highlights from that big win for Utah Hockey Club.
Welcome to the first game of the Utah Hockey Club. Best of luck. Have a good season. And we are underway. Bob Wischusen alongside A.J. Malesko. Kesselring carries it across, drops one, shot, score! Dylan Guenther lights the lamp. Utah on the board first. Their first ever goal by number 11. Hoping for a return. Instead, that's intercepted by Martinez and worked out, but not past the blue line. Taylor with a take back. Here comes Schmaltz. Stand on the shot. A rebound. Score! The captain on the backhand. Down the loose change. Utah's got the 2-0 lead. Well, there's been hockey, and Gary Bettman made this point, in some professional form in Salt Lake City in the state of Utah for about 50 years. So
I mean, they know the sport. That shot scores! Sergachev fires from the point. In front, Barrett Hayton was in position. We'll see if it was deflected, but it's 3-0 Utah. It looks like Hayton got a piece. Jones gains some more. Bedard with a step. Bedard moves in. Bedard centering pass. That shot. Score! Bedard, playmaker to Teravainen. Just what the Blackhawks needed. The top line strikes. Bedard sets it up. And it's 3-1. It's sort of crazy that an experienced defenseman like Sergachev would give up that chance, and now we got some heat. And now we've got the first fight in Utah Hockey Club history. Gloves are dropped. Dursey involved. And haymakers thrown by Murphy. He's got Dursey on the ice. When the captain gets involved with a big defenseman, you're going to jump in and defend him. And that's exactly what Dursey did. Well, and you look at Cole and Sergachev, Stanley Cup winners too. So there's a shot. Score! We've got a 1-goal game as Vlasic let it go. And it ends up caroming past Connor Ingram. Bouncing puck. Ends up with Dursey. Bounces one ahead. Cooley eyes the empty net. Shoots wide. After it is Guenther. Score! Second of the night for Guenther. And that will ice it for Utah.
(5-2) the final last night. Dylan Guenther, a pair of goals, as you heard right there. Connor Ingram had 24 saves. Liam O'Brien Also playing well. He was the third star for your, well, not really your, but the Utah Hockey Club to get that first win.
We need a new jar.
Yeah, exactly. And they're not really ours anymore.
I mean, I don't think you're going to say Arizona. I don't think you're going to say the full name anymore.
Yeah, it's like true minor leagues now where your parent club is in another place. First ceremonial puck drop was made at this game last night by one Lauri Markkanen.
With the inaugural game puck from your Utah Jazz, number 23, Lauri Markkanen. For the very first ceremonial faceoff, owners Ryan and Ashley Smith, Chicago captain Nick Foligno, and Utah captain Clayton Keller.
So there you go, Lauri Markkanen dropping the ceremonial first puck last night as the Utah Hockey Club gets the win. Ryan Smith is the owner of both of those clubs, the Utah Jazz and the Utah Hockey Club. We'll be hearing from him a little bit later. Let's hear from Clayton Keller after the ball game on this first game and win in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy day. The first game in franchise history. We had butterflies all day, and we couldn't wait to get out on the ice. The crowd was amazing, and we had a good start, and we had lots of energy. We kept it simple, and a little bit of a lull there in the third period. But Angie was great back there. Made some key stops at the right times, and I thought the guys fought really hard, and it's great to get the win at home.
All right, the third member of our program, subbing in for Cricket on Traffic, David Amata, shifting over to the traffic room and providing for all of our stations this week. David, did you watch any of that game last night?
I did not get a chance to catch any of that. I had an early night's sleep, to say the least. It's been very jarring going to wake up at.
That's right.
Yeah,
what time do you have to be here? Like 5:30 or something?
Be here about 5:30 in the morning to get everything kind of situated for myself. Then do 6 to 9. Then today it was go out and see the girlfriend day today this week, since I didn't have a lot of opportunities to do that. So didn't get my nap in really, and then came back to finish up the rest of the day. So a little busy, but I'm really excited to see the Penguins drop their first puck of the season tonight. Hopefully I'll be able to stay awake long enough to watch that game today.
Well, let's hope so. You don't want to miss your team for sure. The Penguins and New York Rangers will be playing tonight. So last night we told you we had a 5-star play. And the 5-star play was the over 5.5 on that Bruins-Panthers game. There were 5 goals in the first period of that game. They ended with 10 goals total. Panthers won it by a score of 6-4. So that was definitely the play last night. And before we get too deep, the Yankees and the Royals are about to start. And we got a 5-star play on that game tonight. It's the over on that one as well. Yankees-Royals, courtesy of BetQL. They say take over 8 in Game 3 tonight between the Yankees and the Royals. So, it's I think it's minus 107. So that $12.90 bet will only get you back $12.13, but that's the play for tonight. So Utah Hockey Club wins their inaugural game 5-2, and the bulk of the schedule is happening, as David mentioned tonight. You've got Toronto, Montreal, Winnipeg, Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, and Colorado is at Vegas.
That's not the main story. The main story, Dragon Ball, is that they broke their record for the most alcohol ever sold in the Delta Center.
In the Delta Center. In Utah, probably that's a state record for them as well.
I did look correction.
$120,000 worth of beer.
I did look into it during that last when we were playing the highlight clips, DK, and they have gotten rid of the membership rules in Salt Lake. We talked quite a bit in the segment about the membership. It used to be forever that you had to be a member or have somebody who was a member to sponsor you to go to clubs, but they got rid of that. Quote, to improve tourism, end quote, because of course they did. Because if you want to go ski in Park City or go hang out at, Snowbird or Alta or someplace like that, then if you can't get a cocktail by the hot tub, that's probably a downer.
Yeah, no, the whole thing, I think it was during the All-Star game they had at Utah where Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal both were saying, I've never ordered so much room service in my life because there's nothing to do in Salt Lake, which that's not entirely true because like you said, J-Dub, there's a lot of stuff you can do in Salt Lake. It's just there's not a lot of places that you can go and get a drink potentially for your quote-unquote good time in Salt Lake.
Some other numbers from that game last night. They drew 16,020. Merchandise sales were doubled the previous record set by any single night sporting event at the Delta
That's going to
Center
happen. I mean,
well.
you have your franchise's first ever game. You know, you're going to need to get some kit, right?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
That's the beer sales are more surprising, I think, than the number of jersey sales.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. So some of the early numbers for the Utah Hockey Club, and Connor Bedard got one of the goals for the Chicago Blackhawks, but things off to a good start there with the 5-2
What'd
win.
you say, 32 wins?
So that's
about 36 or so, 36, 30, about that spot.
So that's our question of the day. That's our question of the day. We'll give you that right now. Same as last year, but in a new city. Will Utah Hockey Club win 40 or more games this season? Head on over to our Twitter account at Wildcats1290. You can vote on that there. Arizona last year won 35 games. It's like I said, it's a lot of the same guys, a year sharper, a year older. They played well except for that slide in January, I thought, for the most part last year. So we'll see if they can get 40-plus.
Good young core, right? Good young core, sticks together, learns how to play together better. You expect them to be improved this year for sure.
So we'll
by the way, DK, 52 goals would have been a record because the Canadians once scored 16, and that's the record for most goals by one team in an NHL game.
There you go. There you go. I accidentally said 52 instead of 5-2. You weren't here for that part. So, yeah, a lot of the similar names. Obviously, Josh Doan is with the club. Leighton Krause, obviously. Matthias Michelli is on there. Nick Schmaltz. So a lot of the names that we have talked about the last few years, and many of those guys have come through here as well, playing for the Tucson Roadrunners. So good to see those guys getting off to a good start in year.
Yeah, and Dylan Gunther. I mean, he was the number one pick like 3 years ago, right?
Dylan Gunther. True, yep. Absolutely. That's he didn't make the club out of camp last year and spent the first part of the year down here before getting a chance to go back up.
But he was like a top 10 guy, right, Dragon Ball? I mean, he was a high pick.
Oh,
yeah, he was a high draft pick.
Absolutely. 2 goals last night for Dylan Gunther. All right, Dragon Ball's getting you home every 20 minutes on the fives. We'll hear more from Ryan Smith. We'll talk some hockey with Adrian Denny coming up at 4:40, but Dragon Ball getting you home right now.
Well, from the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio Traffic Weather Together. Again, we got an accident over at South Keno Parkway. This is at 36th Street. A lot of slowdowns right now on 36 right now, so try to avoid that if you can. Also, accident in the El Presidio part of town, North Stone Avenue and West Franklin Street. This is right as it turns into East Toole. A lot of slowdowns on Toole going into the El Presidio area. Right now, we jump back up to the 100-degree mark right now. Hopefully not for very long. Still cloudy around town, particularly near Push Ridge as we reach the mid-80s tonight. I'm Dragon Ball with your Wildcats Radio Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Tune in to DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290 Thursday afternoons to compete in the Miller Lite Pigskin Challenge, where you can win money by placing a bet on the right team this football season. More info at wildcatsradio1290.com.
JT Auto, where customers are family. Trust your vehicle to JT Auto professional and reliable automotive repair and maintenance services. JT Auto is conveniently located off Fort Lowell and Country Club. Open Monday through Friday. JT Auto is a full-service auto shop with satisfaction guaranteed, offering you the best in tires and wheels, auto repair, oil changes, computer diagnostics, suspension and brake service, and heating and AC. Bring your car to JT Auto, where customers are family. 623-7066. That's 623-7066.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the second bite is like fresh American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
At Wildcats Radio 1290, we're not just radio. We're your source in Tucson for digital marketing solutions. We specialize in creating strategic and effective marketing campaigns designed to get results for your business. Whether you want to target a local, regional, or a national audience, we have the right solution for your business. Call the Wildcats Radio 1290 business line at 520-887-1000 and put Cumulus Digital Media to work for you.
Families affected by Hurricane Helene urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide meals and shelter to these families. Donate today to Hurricane Helene by going to redcross.org or calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Mark, you're late. We agreed we'd meet at the gym.
Sorry, I just don't have the energy I did a few years ago.
Could be low testosterone.
Low testosterone?
It happens, especially after 40. I was feeling the same way, so I started taking clomiphene from Zelfie. It helps boost testosterone and made a huge difference for me.
I thought testosterone replacement therapies had risks.
And clomiphene isn't testosterone replacement therapy. There's no injections. It's a simple daily pill that boosts your body's natural production of testosterone.
This helps you?
And clomiphene can double your testosterone levels. Since taking it, I'm building lean muscle. I'm also sleeping better, plus other benefits in the bedroom. It's easy to try. Plus, send them a text right now and get 40% off.
Text BOOST to 200-300 to find out if you qualify for enclomiphene from Zelfie. Don't wait. Text BOOST to 200-300 right now and get 40% off. Enclomiphene can double your testosterone levels, and it's 100% online and shipped directly to your door. Text BOOST to 200-300. That's BOOST to 200-300.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Jets have decided to part ways with head coach Robert Saleh after a 2-3 start in the 2024 season, marking his fourth year in charge since taking over in 2021. Saleh compiled a record of 20-36 and was unable to lead the team to the playoffs. This is the first time in Woody Johnson's 25 years of ownership that a coach has been let go mid-season. Defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich will step in as interim head coach. Meanwhile, Saints quarterback Derek Carr is expected to miss several games due to an oblique injury sustained against the Chiefs on Monday night, according to NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo. Garafolo noted that the rookie quarterback Spencer Rattler is a strong contender to start in Week 6 against the Bucs, despite Jake Haener taking over for Carr during the loss to Kansas City. Additionally, Rappaport reports that Patriots rookie quarterback Drake May is set to start Week 6 against the Texans. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the second bite is like fresh American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. Why don't you text APP, in fact, APP to 520-848-1290. I will send you a code. You can download our app. You can read all about everything that is happening in the world of sports. We cover the Wildcats. We cover the Pima Aztecs. We were up at West Anklam Road last night. Pima soccer, men and women, both winning. The men won 4-1 over Mesa. The ladies won by a score of 6-0 over Mesa. So both those teams keeping pace near the top of the ACC. That is all on our app. So please download it. All of our great interviews. J-Dub puts those things up real quick, so they're usually right up there for you to check out and listen to. You can also watch the show on our app. We are streaming live right now on YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch. You can watch one of the streams right there on our app, and you'll notice there's 3 buttons right below that where the video is. And one of them says message the station. So if you want to message the station, you can hit that button and send us a written message, and we'll read it on the air. Or you can record audio. If you want to talk about something, you want to rant about Arizona football and some of the things you're seeing with this team, but you don't want to necessarily call up and talk about it, you can just press that record audio button, do your rant, leave your name if you'd like. You don't have to leave your name, but we would prefer if you did. And we might play your rant on the air.
Maybe they want to rant about late tip times in McHale.
Yes. Maybe you want to rant about late tip times in McHale. We'll get to that. Or you can, if maybe you want to rant on a video about late tip-off times in McHale, hit that share media, and you can take a picture of your face, the ugly face, because you're mad about the late tip times, or you can make a video about that, and you can send that to us as well. So there's lots of ways you can correspond with us. Utah Hockey Club, their story is there as well on our website, as well as the injury to Cardinals right guard Will Hernandez. He is out for the season. So if you weren't aware of that, you can read about that. So we have times. We were funny. We were talking about that yesterday. It's like we don't even know what time these first 2 exhibition games are. So we know them all. And there are at least 7 games that start at 7 o'clock or later, including several games that start at 8:30 or 9. The first 8 o'clock game will be the season opener against Canisius, the actual real season opener. That's going to be an 8 o'clock game. The Duke game, now this is Friday night, so I guess Friday night at 8:30 is a little bit better than, a Tuesday or Wednesday. But yeah, 8:30 for the Duke game on Friday, November the 22nd. Then you've got later in the season, 8 o'clock for Central Florida on Saturday, January the 11th. And then 3 days later on January the 14th, 9 o'clock against Baylor. I think the only game we don't know the start time is at Texas Tech, which will be Saturday, January the 18th. 8:30 for Iowa State when they come here. That'll be a Monday night. 9 o'clock at BYU. 8 o'clock Saturday, February the 18th against Texas Tech. 8 o'clock at Baylor. Now, the game here against BYU will be either 6 or 8. I'm not sure why there's 2 separate start times for that potentially, but maybe we'll look out and get the 6 o'clock start. That's a Saturday, but even if it's a Saturday, 8 o'clock, I think you can do that on a weekend. 9 o'clock for the ASU game on a Tuesday on March 4th.
Yeah.
That's the final. That's senior night. Senior night at 9 o'clock.
Imagine they do
on a Tuesday.
Imagine they do the festivities after the game's over. They used to do that.
Yeah, they might have to do that before.
See, here's the thing, DK. Like, I've been going to games with McHale since early 80s, and it was always 7 was the time that was the announced, but it would really be like 7:12, right? Because of the preamble leading up.
Exactly.
First couple of commercial breaks for the television broadcast. So 7, right after 7:10, 7:15 was a pretty typical start time. I remember some 8:30s when he had a national televised game, and that's a reason for it. But it's really going to start hurting, I think, the main fan base when you get into those 8:30, 9 p.m. tip-offs on a Tuesday, like you're talking about. Because we're so used to the Thursday, Saturday, or even more recently Thursday, Sunday type scheduling, late tip-off times for a Monday or Tuesday game, there is an element to the crowd that tends to leave kind of early to make sure they can get back up to the foothills for a reasonable bedtime. And you might see, hopefully, here's the standing. If anybody's listening to my voice, if you think a game is too late and you're not thinking you might want to come down from your Sabino Canyon home and go to McHale for that game, give your tickets to somebody who will.
Yeah.
We don't want to see these late games where you have maybe some older crowd members who are like, yeah, it's a little too late for us. We're going to skip. Find somebody else who will go, so we make sure that we don't have a situation like we did last year early, where you had some of those preseason non-conference games where it seemed like the capacity was 80, 85%. You got to have that place full, because there are people in Tucson who would gladly take your place. Everybody wants to go to games in McHale.
Yeah, and again, these are some of the when we talk about, well, who are our rivals going to be? Obviously ASU, that's one of the 9 o'clock games. Baylor, and those are the games the networks want. And apparently this ESPN2, there's an ESPN2. A lot of these games are going to be on 2, and I guess maybe that's their window on Tuesday nights. It's 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock on Tuesday nights I would imagine that's their West Coast window, and Arizona is going to be in that window quite a bit. It's national TV, it's ESPN, but it's the Deuce versus the main network.
I have a quick cheeky question for you. If you've won 161 games and a team that you're playing has won 67 games in the history of is that a rivalry?
Well, it's ASU. It's still going to be a rivalry. We love to hate them. They love to hate us. Bobby Hurley is Bobby Hurley, and he makes it great. So, yeah.
The list of Arizona men's basketball, quote, rivals is very long. A lot of people consider the Oregon Ducks to be Arizona's basketball rival. A lot of people think Duke, even though they've only played, 9 times total in the history of the two schools.
Right.
Kansas Jayhawks, who's the big name on the list coming into the new conference, that's the team all the Arizona fans want to see, have had some incredibly meaningful games, including that obvious, Jason Terry jumping up on the table after they defeated the first-ranked Kansas Jayhawks on the way to their first title, their only title. There are a lot of rivals, I think, is what I'm saying, in the Arizona basketball sphere. ASU is, I think, a team they play a lot.
That will be a 2 o'clock game against Kansas, the final game of the regular season. Just looking at some of the other Saturday, in terms of Saturday early, the Houston game on February the 5th, that will be a Saturday afternoon game. They'll play at ASU. That'll be an early game. That'll be a CBS game at 11 a.m. On a Saturday. The Colorado game at home on the 25th of January, that'll be an early game at 1. And it looks like the 12th, that'll be at Cincinnati at 12:30. That makes sense. So Central Michigan, they'll play, and that'll be a non-conference game in December. That'll be here, and that'll be an early game as well on a Saturday. So the Saturday December games, which they last year they played pretty much every Saturday in December, those will all be relatively early starts. Southern Utah and Central Michigan here at home, and then the UCLA game, which will be up in Phoenix, will also be an early game. I'm surprised that's an early game at 1 o'clock. I thought for sure that would be more of a night game, kind of like what we had last year with the Alabama game, but this is a one-off game. It's the only game that day at the Footprint Center. It's not like what we had last year where there were 4 games.
Right.
Both U of A men and women and ASU men and women all played that day, so they had U of A play last in that particular instance.
There's only one game I remember that was too early, and that was North Carolina when they came last time, because that tip time was, I think, 9:30, 10 a.m., something like that.
Here?
Yeah, here in McHale.
Oh, wow.
My buddies and I, we all went to the buffet at like 6 a.m., so by the time we got to McHale, it was already over.
Well, nothing can beat, what did we did the 5:30 a.m. pregame show during the tournament?
Sure.
For what time that game started? Like 8, 9 o'clock or
That's
something
the problem
like that?
if you're like a lower seed, especially in some of those, postseason tournaments. You got to play the early game, and the early game means early pregame.
Yeah. So how do you feel about these start times? 520-848-1290, 520-848-1290. Again, the first 2 exhibition games will both start at 7 o'clock, October the 21st, Monday against Eastern New Mexico. No idea where that is. And Point Loma at the following Monday, October the 28th. That will also be at 7 o'clock. The Saturday game, the first Saturday home game against Old Dominion will be a day game at 2 p.m. against ODU. And then the game at Wisconsin will be a 7 o'clock start, which will be, that'll be, about 9 o'clock there. So they're getting a 9 o'clock game on that side at Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, the problem
November.
with being in a conference with 3 time zones, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how do you make everybody happy? You can't.
You can't.
It's not possible.
You cannot do it. You cannot do it for sure. All right. It is almost Friday night, and we are going to be back on the road for high school football coming up in less than 48 hours. So I'm going to tell you right now where we will be this Friday night, sponsored by DNH Air Conditioning and Heating. Maybe we'll do this too. Our game on Friday, we will be at the newest high school in Southern Arizona, Micah Mountain, for homecoming night as the Thunderbolts take on the Pueblo Warriors. Pueblo and Micah Mountain. It's almost Friday night. We're taking the show back to Vail. We were there earlier this year over at Empire. Now we're taking the show to Micah Mountain for our first chance to see the new high school in its fullest and on homecoming Friday night. Looking forward to that. Great folks out there. I mean, think about that, Micah Mountain. They've got 3 of the best football coaches in recent memory here in Southern Arizona in their administration. The guy that coaches the team, Pat Nugent, legend. Then you've got Jay Campos, who is the vice principal, not vice president. They don't have that at high school level. Vice principal of athletics. He is there, longtime Sabino coach, legend. And then you've got Niemer Hassey. He's the principal and coached for many years at Saguaro and Cienega. All 3 of those guys, legends of the high school football game at one high school. And now we're going to find out, maybe, well, actually, I don't know if we will because different conference levels. But they've got arguably one of the best programs in this 5th year of the school, one of the best programs in Southern Arizona. I don't think they play Marana, so we won't get to find out exactly how good they are because they're 4A, Marana's 5A.
Now,
but Micah Mountain has very quickly become one of the football powers here in Southern Arizona.
Now, if I remember correctly, you said Micah Mountain's one of the schools that has pulled a lot of other student athletes from other schools around that area recently. Is that correct?
Not really, actually. They thought they were going to have a larger net when they built that place, but they actually are pretty restrictive in terms of the kids in the Vail district on who can go there and who has to go to the other high schools.
Right.
So it's not like an open enrollment situation where anybody in Vail can go to Micah Mountain. You actually have to kind of
Well, even more impressive, they're 5-0 then.
Yeah, I mean they are there. They are the team to beat, I think, in Conference 4A this year. All right, we're going to talk some hockey with Adrian Denny coming up. The former voice now of the Tucson Roadrunners. That was breaking news over the weekend. We'll ask Adrian about all that. He's gotten called up to the National League to be the pregame show host for the Utah Hockey Club. We'll find out about his new gig. DK on the Sports Tip. Dragon Ball getting you home every 20 minutes on the 5s with your traffic and your weather.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together. Incident over at Flowing Wells and Wetmore Road right now. Major slowing going north and southbound of Flowing Wells at the intersection, so be mindful of that. You also have the traffic signal upgrades occurring at 22nd Street in Alvernon. That's occurring until 6. Traffic signals won't be working, but law enforcement will be on site to direct traffic there. As for your weather, still in the 100 degrees for a short time as we get ready to hit the mid-80s tonight. I'm Dragon Ball with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Join David Kelly, Kelvin Yvonne, and Glenn Howe at Corbett's this Saturday from 8:30 a.m. for the Arizona Game Day pregame show as we get ready for Arizona versus BYU. Sponsored by Coors Light. Choose Chill, official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics.
Tune in to DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290 Thursday afternoons to compete in the Miller Lite Pigskin Challenge, where you can win money by placing a bet on the right team this football season. More info at wildcatsradio1290.com.
My helmet saved me after they crashed into my motorcycle, but I still couldn't ride for weeks. The insurance company tried hammering me into a quick settlement. No way. I gave them the bird, the eagle. Goldberg and Osborne. Nobody knows Arizona like the eagle. Phoenix to Tucson, Flagstaff to Havasu, and every bit of blacktop in between. Wherever you go, the eagle is there. So if you've been injured, don't wait. Give the insurance company the bird.
Give them the bird. Call the Eagle. Goldberg and Osborne. 1-800-THE-EAGLE.
Is he okay?
Ron, did you get hit on the head?
What? Oh, no. I was just reminiscing. Here comes a story. I was 5 or 6. A scruffy little ragamuffin I was. A scruffy? What are you, Charles Dickens? Mama just wanted to comfort me.
Mama?
Comfort. It's why we started Alaskan AC, you know?
We know.
I was being a fuss budget. Golly, I was a scoundrel. Get to the point. These were the early days at Alaskan AC, see?
See.
It's a fun place to work at Alaskan AC. Ron. We don't take ourselves too seriously.
We literally just came up with the new Alaskan AC jingle last month.
What? Who's that? Who's there? Is it you, Mama?
Oh, boy. Yes, Ronnie, it's Mama.
Did your little Ron Bon make you proud?
Every day, dear.
Why did I even come to work today? Because...
It's a fun place to work at Alaskan AC. We don't take ourselves too seriously.
AlaskanAC.com.
Hey, Wildcat fans, Arizona football is here. Catch head coach Brent Brennan as the Wildcats enter their inaugural season of the Big 12 Conference. We need you to be part of the action, filling the stands and cheering on Arizona. Secure your seats for all 7 home games with season tickets, or pick the plan that is best for you by calling the ticket office at 520-621-2287 or visiting ArizonaWildcats.com/FB. Lock in your tickets today. We'll see you at Arizona Stadium. Bear down. Go Cats.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out.
Mark, you're late. We agreed we'd meet at the gym.
Sorry, I just don't have the energy I did a few years ago.
Could be low testosterone.
Low testosterone?
It happens, especially after 40. I was feeling the same way, so I started taking clomiphene from Zelfie. It helps boost testosterone and made a huge difference for me.
I thought testosterone replacement therapies had risks.
And clomiphene isn't testosterone replacement therapy. There's no injections. It's a simple daily pill that boosts your body's natural production of testosterone.
This helps you?
And clomiphene can double your testosterone levels. Since taking it, I'm building lean muscle. I'm also sleeping better, plus other benefits in the bedroom. It's easy to try. Plus, send them a text right now and get 40% off.
Text BOOST to 200-300 to find out if you qualify for enclomiphene from Zelfie. Don't wait. Text BOOST to 200-300 right now and get 40% off. Enclomiphene can double your testosterone levels, and it's 100% online and shipped directly to your door. Text BOOST to 200-300. That's BOOST to 200-300.
Bingo. All right, Bill, we're recording now. And please put your phone on silent.
Oh, where is my phone?
Let's go, man. Okay. Get it together over there, player. Go ahead. Pick on me the way that you want to.
I wouldn't say that to my son.
Just go.
All right, why would people want to listen to the Sims Complete podcast?
A father-son dynamic duo talking about the game of football.
We do a lot of quarterback and coach talks. It's fun. I love doing this. It's been awesome.
Sims Complete. Check us out on the Believe Network. Appreciate it.
Just search Believe, BLEAV, wherever you listen.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with the Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. If baseball had it their way, I think that they would go with the New York World Series. Well, second thought, I think they'd rather have the New York versus LA World Series. Can you imagine a cross-country matchup between Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani to win it all? I think baseball might actually end up getting their way. I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
1 in 4 car batteries is weak and needs to be replaced. Let our professional parts people test your battery for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kesselring carries it across, drops one, shot, score! Dylan Gunther lights the lamp. Utah on the board first. Their first ever goal by number 11.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
2 goals last night for Dylan Gunther as the Utah Hockey Club won their opener in Salt Lake City and fell in front of a sold-out Delta Center of 16,000 plus fans, 5-2 over the Chicago Blackhawks. Let's talk now with our guy Adrian Denny, who up until this past weekend was still the voice of the Tucson Roadrunners, but is no longer because he has been called up to the National League to be a part of the broadcast team with the Utah Hockey Club. Adrian, we appreciate you taking a few moments to join us. How did this new opportunity come together?
Yeah, it was just, it was a situation of, I guess, everything coming together, you know. In Tucson, for me, it was always, this is the next best thing to being in the NHL. For me, it was the 33rd best job in the NHL. And, you know, I went there and with the thinking, okay, I'm next man up for the Arizona Coyotes. That was the plan. And, you know, things in life change. You know, things are always evolving, and the Utah Hockey Club started things up and had a broadcast team to fill out. And obviously the Roadrunners affiliate, Bill Armstrong, John Ferguson, David Ludwig, could not have been a bigger cheerleader for me in getting up here. I couldn't be more appreciative of them. And Jeffrey Sanders, our director of media relations, who is with the Coyotes as well. And then you look at it, it's a brand new organization from a business standpoint. So they're building things from you know, being the Utah Jazz, and what do they need to fill in. And I'm from Salt Lake, and you know everybody in town, but the group that built the broadcast team was included some folks from in town and some folks from out of town, and we'd been in contact throughout the summer, and ultimately called me up a couple of weeks ago and asked me if I'd come to Utah and be their on-air radio host for pregame, intermission, and postgame shows, and that's how it went. Before I could even really hang up, phone started ringing. Matt McConnell, a TV broadcaster who was with us in Arizona and is now in Utah, called me up, excited, heard from Jeffrey Sanders 2 seconds after that, and here we are. So life goes in funny ways sometimes, and for me it was staying with our affiliate, coming back to my hometown, but also introducing myself to some folks I hadn't met before that were actually the most important people in the process that were putting together the broadcast team, and fortunately they liked what I brought to the table. They were excited to invite me on board into this role, and I'm really excited. You know, I loved every second in Tucson. It's everybody knows how much I love Tucson. I'm a huge outdoor guy. I love sunshine. I love to wear shorts 365 days a year, and it couldn't have been a better 6 years of my life. It was unbelievable. I love it. You know, I miss Tucson already. It's just a place that everybody that lives there loves it, and everybody that moves, relocates, graduates, and goes back home, gets transferred for work, in the military, professional sports. You always have that spot for Tucson that that you miss and loved and remember, and that's where I am right now. But DK, I need to make sure I've got an Afghan and a space heater and and little booties for coming up in the next couple months here, because I will get cold. I'll be needing to learn how to drive in the snow again, and we'll cross those bridges when we get there.
Adrian Denny joining us. He is the new pregame and intermission and postgame host for the Utah Hockey Club. Yeah, Adrian, I'd forgotten that you were from Salt Lake City. I knew you had obviously worked with the Utah Grizzlies, the former American Hockey League team there at the time, but I'd forgotten you were actually from Salt Lake City. So explain to me all of the emotions that you've gone through as somebody that's from Salt Lake City. I mean, that's a whole different dynamic of somebody who's from there, who probably has dreamed about hockey being there, working, though, for this organization here and seeing how disappointed we were to see hockey taken away. Walk me through all the emotions you've gone through this year.
Yeah, I mean, I was an Arizona Coyote. I was a Tucson Roadrunner, and our team relocated. And, when I left here 6 years ago, I thought, I've been very fortunate to call pro hockey in my hometown for as long as I did. And this is probably going to be the last time I ever live here on a full-time basis. And, at that point, Ryan Smith had not bought the Utah Jazz. Just an amazing person and family man and businessman, and he wanted hockey, and the situation became what it was, where the NHL needed to place the Coyotes, and they quickly made things happen here. But for me, I was a Coyote. I was from here, but it I think there's three of us from the Coyotes business side that are in Utah, and Matt McConnell and Jeffrey Sanders, our director of media relations, I mentioned, to myself. So, all of hockey came here, but the broadcast team and the business side of it, there's three of us that landed in Utah. So it wasn't ever a situation like, team's moving, guess we're moving to Salt Lake. For me, I could have easily, ended up in a different NHL market, just how it went. And, as I said, you just never know what the path is going to be. And we never saw this happening 6 months ago even. And then it did. And hockey quickly got here, got everything going. And Utah started building their business positions that they would need in addition to what they had with the Utah Jazz, and the broadcast team was part of that. And for me, it was always, I'm in Tucson and until I go to the NHL, and that's how it kind of ended up. So nothing was ever a foregone conclusion. It's a great story that I'm from here and excited to be back. I love it here as well, and I had a lot of friends and a lot of folks in the hockey community that I was really, really close with that have reached out, and they're really excited I'm back. And last night on our post-game show, one fan after another, welcome back to Utah. We're so glad you're back. And it made me feel really, really warm and really, really appreciative to be here and part of this big opportunity with this organization that's ready to make a move after what we watched with Bill Armstrong building up our organization in Arizona for the last 3 years to get to this point.
Adrian, this is J-Dubs here. My mom was born in that area, and I've spent a lot of time around there. But very interesting listening to Ryan Smith talk about how their goal is to have a rink in all the schools around the state. And I'm just curious, as someone who's from there, what is that like? What is the level of hockey interest like for young people? And do you expect this move and them making a concerted effort to put more rinks around the state to bring a groundswell of young players trying to grow up wanting to envision themselves playing for the state hockey team?
I really do. When I was growing up, prior to the Olympics in 2002, we had 1 or 2 rinks in town. And then when the Winter Olympics came here for the first time, you needed a speed skating track. You needed rinks for male and female ice hockey in the Olympics, every figure skating. And so the rinks all popped up, and now you've got a rink in just about every area of town. And now you've got the National Hockey League here. And you know, we saw it in Arizona when the Coyotes went to the Valley. It was pretty much a similar situation. And now you look at the way that youth hockey has really blossomed and become a big thing. And since the Olympics and since the Grizzlies, the ECHL professional team that is here as well, came to town in 95, you've really seen it grow. But NHL is next level, and this town is just running on adrenaline still after the last 6 months and after last night.
Yeah, what was last night like?
I said on the postgame show, nobody's sleeping after this. Like I'm still at dinner time the next day, just absolutely wired and just full of energy still from last night. A party that started at noon and went all day. A concert from Shabuzi after the players walked the mountain blue carpet into the arena, and the arena was electric. We had a watch party out front, you know, like you see in Edmonton and Toronto during the playoffs. It was full. It was packed. 2 huge screens. Streets were closed off to allow for all the folks downtown. And I mentioned, you know, how about these players getting through that situation, that traffic, that congestion to get to the hockey game last night? It was packed down here. I got downtown for morning skate around 10:30, and I was not moving my car until I left after post game.
Oh, Adrian Denny joining us. He is now with the Utah Hockey Club, the former voice of the Tucson Roadrunners. There'll be a new voice calling the games when the team debuts on Friday night for this season in Colorado, and that'll be Jonathan Schaefer. He's been a part of the broadcast team for a number of years in kind of the same role that Adrian's got now in the National Hockey League. What can folks kind of expect from Jonathan and his call of the game?
I think it'll be a lot of the same, TK. He loves the Roadrunners, loves hockey, loves what he does as a broadcaster. He's passionate, wants the team to win. The guys love him. The coaching staff loves him. He's part of the team. And he's just an excellent fit, the perfect person to slide right in and take over. I couldn't be more proud of Johnny. Couldn't be happier for this opportunity that he gets as a 23-year-old. He's the youngest broadcaster in the AHL by a lot, and he's gonna absolutely kill it. And the fans are gonna get to know him even more. And really love his play-by-play.
All right, but now that you're a National Leaguer, we still want to have you on from time to time to talk hockey with us. So don't think you're going to be out there big leaguing us.
Anytime, DK. Anytime you guys call, I'm there, man.
Absolutely. Well, again, congratulations, Adrian. We are so happy for you to have this opportunity in your hometown, and looking forward to what this season holds. In fact, our question of the day is, it was the same question we had last year with the Coyotes. Will they finally get that 40-win season? So we'll see how that plays out here over the course of the next 6 months. Adrian, look forward to talking to you again down the road.
Thanks a lot, DK. 1-0, so 39 wins left.
There you
Louis
go.
won yesterday, so we're already standings watching. We're tied with the St. Louis Blues for first place in the Central after one day with 3 games played in the league.
And some things never change. You get a home game, and then they send you out to the East Coast for 4 games. So.
Yeah, 4 straight. The good news is they're playing at the Islanders, at the Rangers, at the Devils over a 4-day span, but they get to stay in the same hotel for for 5 nights before they head to Disneyland to play the Ducks on a standalone Wednesday. So
there you go. That's a good
love schedules.
There are some positives there. Thanks, Adrian.
Thanks, DK. Take care, man.
Adrian Denny, Utah Hockey Club, has left the reins here with the Tucson Roadrunners to Jonathan Schaefer, and we look forward to talking to Jay S coming up here maybe next week once the team gets back from this opening road trip to Colorado, and we will have tickets again for you this weekend. We'll also maybe have something to announce for you here. We'll see maybe the end of this week, early next week, as it relates to the Tucson Roadrunners, so looking forward to that. As well. All right, much more straight ahead. We're going to talk some Arizona Wildcats football in the 5 o'clock hour. Troy Hutchinson from Go AZ Cats will join us. We'll get Troy's thoughts on everything he is seeing in terms of this football team as they get ready to go to Utah this weekend for a date with BYU. DK on the Sports Tip. I'm David Kelly. You're listening to Wildcats Radio 1290.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together. Traffic incident at North Flowing Wells Road and West Wetmore Road west of the Tucson Mall. Some slowing at the intersection there. Reminder that 6th Street between Stone Avenue and Church is going to be closed until spring of 2025. Westbound 6th Street will be directed northbound at the Stone and 6th Street intersection. And we're now finally back under 100-degree temperatures, cooling down to the mid-80s tonight. I'm Dragon Ball with you, Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Hey homeowners, are you ready to chill out and go green? Goodfellas Air Conditioning can help. Introducing our latest lineup of energy-efficient systems featuring the new R32 refrigerant. It's cooler, greener, and better for the planet. You'll enjoy lower energy bills and a smaller carbon footprint. Not a fan of change? Goodfellas has a surplus of reliable R410 systems available. Unsure about what system you have or have questions? Give us a call for a free inspection. Goodfellas Air Conditioning, keeping it cool, keeping it green, and always keeping you comfortable.
Get your backyard summer ready with a custom pool from First Choice Pools. A backyard oasis built around you. First Choice is a full-service builder of beautiful in-ground pools and backyard designs for years of staycations. If you want to dive in this summer, now is the time to visit TucsonPoolBuilder.com. First Choice Pools for installs, renovation, remodeling, and repair. Get started today at TucsonPoolBuilders.com. Ask about our 60-day pool. To be summer ready, First Choice is the only choice.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the second bite is like fresh American cheese sauce. Bacon. And the third bite, you get the idea. The boss of breakfast burritos, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Families affected by Hurricane Helene urgently need support. Help the American Red Cross provide meals and shelter to these families. Donate today to Hurricane Helene by going to redcross.org or calling 1-800-RED-CROSS.
KCUB Tucson, a Cumulus media station. The one and only home of Arizona football. Pre- and post-game coverage, play-by-play, and live press conferences. We are Wildcats Radio 1290.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. I knew we could not put off getting life insurance. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month.
SelectQuote.com now. That's 1-800-452-5050. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking.
I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now, but I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SCORE for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SCORE for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SCORE.
Live from the CNWT.
Wait, what's the CNWT? Central Northwest Tucson. Duh.
It's DK on the Sports Tip with your host, David Kelly.
Radio. Just when I thought I was out, they drug me back in.
Featuring J.W. Madden.
Don't tell me about flip-flops, man. I'm a native.
David Amata.
Hey, that's Dragon Ball to you.
And Cricket getting you home with traffic and weather.
Camp on Mount Lemon, not in the left lane on the freeway.
Here we go! And now, a man who has not one, but three first names, David Scott Kelly.
So I've got connections to 3 cities currently playing in the Major League Baseball playoffs. Cleveland, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. I was born in Cleveland. My dad was born in Philadelphia. I spent pretty much every summer of my childhood in Philadelphia. And I spent a large part of my life growing up in Los Angeles, went to college in Los Angeles. So the 3 teams that I'm pulling for in these Major League Baseball playoffs are all on the doorstep of destruction. The Indians lost today, the Guardians, whatever you want to call them. My tribe, as I like to say.
I have a Chief, what's his name?
Chief Wahoo.
Chief Wahoo shirt, like the one that I told you about that, like a giant 1980s where it takes up a whole. I gotta wear that one of these days.
There you go. So my tribe lost today 3-0. They haven't scored since Saturday.
They're due. 21 innings.
21 innings without a run. Yeah, and on a bullpen day, no less, for the Tigers.
Well, I mean, when you lose in a shutout to the preemptive Cy Young Award winner, it's one thing.
Yeah.
But when you get shut out by a bullpen day, that's another thing.
Yeah. The Dodgers are facing elimination tonight against the Padres. And now the Phillies, who were leading the Mets 1-0 until Francisco Lindor, just took the roof off of Citi Field with a grand slam home run in the 6th inning to give the Mets a 4-1 lead. And now the Phillies are down to their last 9 outs of the season. I think they've gone to the bottom of the 7th. So they might be, they're in the top of the 8th. So they're down to their last 6 outs.
Bottom of the 8th now,
season.
if you can believe it. Philly didn't do anything in the top.
Yeah, so there you go. So now they're down to their last 3 outs of the season. Who would have thought we're seeing what we're seeing right now? Now, the good news, I guess, for the other top seed is the Yankees are leading the Royals 1-0. That game is in the top of the 4th inning. Remember we told you take the over on that? Yeah, well, that's not the play right now. 1 run in the first 3 innings there. The Dodgers will be playing for their lives a little bit later. It's 1-1, obviously, in the New York, Kansas City. That's the last of the games, last of the series to go to Game 3. So the Yankees have at least an opportunity to turn this thing upside down, where all the top seeds are facing elimination right now. And a lot of people have said, a lot of people are not happy with these baseball playoffs, the way they're constructed right now, the way that it used to be. The wild card was 1 game, and then you'd get right into the division series. Now the top seeds have to wait an entire week to play. And there's been some talk the last couple of years that, when you sit for a week, it's just not baseball. You can't just turn it back on like that. It's tough, and we're starting to see that. We saw it last year with two wild card teams getting to the World Series.
Yeah,
and we may see it again this year with all four top seeds.
So
could be the teams that had buys could be out.
What you're saying is we're going to see a near future where someone's got a 5-game lead with 2 weeks left, and they're going to sit all their starters so that they do not get the top seed and do not have that 10 days off. Because what happened last year? Who was in the World Series last year? Wasn't the two best teams
and
on
the
paper,
Rangers,
right?
Yeah. It's interesting.
It's either way it's bad, because what the alternative, DK, was 20 years of seeing nothing but the Yankees and the Red Sox in the World Series every year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the have and have-nots, if you're trying to have some, even out the playing field in baseball, which is never going to be that way because of the way salary caps work, giving a little bit of more opportunity for those teams who got hot late. I mean, think about Detroit, right? Detroit and the Padres have been the two hottest teams in the last couple of months.
Yeah. I cannot imagine. Remember that video we played last year after the Phillies lost to the Diamondbacks? All those people were really upset. I cannot imagine what is happening on South Street right now in Philadelphia. The Phillies fans have got to just be beside themselves. I mean, they've had largely one of the best teams, if not the best team in the National League, next to the Dodgers for the last 3-4 years, and they're not even going to get to the NLCS this year.
Too early for snowballs in Philadelphia.
Yeah,
right?
It is. But I can guarantee you it's not too early for a bunch of F-bombs, which will be flying out of bars here in about 20 minutes if they don't rally and force extra innings.
Well, rumor was that there were some rocks in those snowballs that were tossed towards Santa. So maybe they're just going to throw some rocks around. Who knows?
Who knows? There'll be no pole climbing in Philadelphia this fall. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. 520-848-1290. We're going to talk some football coming up in this hour with Troy Hutchinson from Go AZ Cats. We'll get Troy's thoughts on the Arizona Wildcats. Another thing that we've been talking a lot about the offense this week and its struggles, and I've told you a number of things that I'm seeing. I'm seeing the coaches, I don't believe, giving Noah Fifita a lot of enough underneath options. Not that they're not giving him any, but I think they could be giving him more, especially in maybe some of these 3rd and manageable situations, 3rd and 5s and 3rd and 6s and those types of instances. But he's also not seeing a lot of these underneath options when they are giving them to him. And I talked about the interception. There was actually the play where he ran. The one play where he ran for a first down last week, he had an underneath option there, I thought, to Jeremiah Patterson. And we talk about Jeremiah Patterson and how to get him involved. And there were at least 2 instances in that game where I thought he could have thrown the ball to Jeremiah Patterson, and he did not do it. The other thing that I took away in terms of Noah Fifita from that game Saturday night is he missed on there's at least 4 throws that come to mind that he missed on. Overthrew. He missed on the touchdown opportunity to Tetro McMillan in the end zone. He missed on a cross in the red zone in the second half to T-Mac. He threw it high. But those are both the plays that T-Mac tried to get at least one hand on.
He got a hand on the one in the end zone.
Yeah, he got a hand on both of them, but the one on the end zone, he had probably a little bit more of a shot to catch than the one on the cross. He missed a pass to Sam Olsen, who was wide open, tight end on the sideline, and then he missed the shot to Devin Hyatt, where the one where Devin Hyatt ran into the cheerleader. I don't know if you saw the video of that. The cheerleader got up and started flexing.
Yep. The announcers couldn't stop talking about it. Yeah.
He missed on that right there. I mean, Devin had his man beat, and you got to give you if there's one thing as a quarterback, you've got to give your wide receivers a chance. You've
Now,
got to give them a
one thing I
chance.
haven't
And I
brought
think
up-
there's times when he's not giving his wide receivers a chance.
One thing we haven't brought up, I love Noah. I think he's great. And DK, you always talk about how you'd like to have a 6'3", 6'4" guy back there in the general premises. When you're talking about those over the middle throws,
Right.
seeing over those linemen, right? That's a big part of it. Those throwing windows and finding a way to squeeze that ball through there because, if you're even Brady, those kind of guys who are of that stature, so much more easier to be able to see those routes right over the middle of the field.
David Amata joins us. David, have you talked to your father since the shot heard around Queens?
No, I have not. I've not heard anything from him yet. He hasn't sent me a text. I know he's not near his phone. He's got it all turned off
All
because
right,
he doesn't
so
want to jinx nothing.
I want to hear from him. I want to hear from your dad at the end of the show if this game ends in the next 15 minutes. I want our number one Mets fan calling up to talk about Francisco Lindor, who we were just saying before you got in the room. I can't imagine what the F-bombs that are being dropped in South Philly right now because we played. I don't know if you were still here, but we played. I think you had already left. We played this video last year after they lost to the Diamondbacks.
Oh,
and it was basically just like Philly fans leaving after Game 6. It was a Game 6, I think, when they eliminated them last year. Leaving after Game 6, cursing, like 10-year-old kids, like cursing, like the players and all of this. It was hilarious.
Oh, no. Philly fans are always really, really salty. I think that's just the city of Philadelphia. When their teams lose, they get real salty after a loss. And I have seen that video. I made sure to check it out when it first dropped because it's always fun to give fans a mic when they're leaving a game that they desperately felt they needed to win. That's always
home field for 2 games. 2 games. And you let them come here and beat us?
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's a f***ing idiot. We went farther without that guy.
That's the one.
The Phillies, honestly.
Trade the whole f***ing team. This team f***ing blew today.
I want to say that I'm f***ing depressed. I had to ask 9 people for this f***ing cigarette.
Philly fans, we always stink.
Disappointment.
Oh, man, that was just straight garbage.
This sucks.
I hope they never can play a baseball game again.
Fire Topper.
Fire Topper.
I mean, hey.
Now, just for the record, this goes on for another minute and a half, but we're kind of running low on time here.
Oh no, it's always great to have fans with a mic in their face.
Oh man, I get that video is being recreated somewhere tonight in the city of Philadelphia.
They have those watch parties at the visiting stadiums where their team's not playing.
Right.
So I would imagine that there will be. There should be.
I wonder if there's a watch party at Citizen Bank Park tonight, or down. They have all those bars that are down there right across the street.
The bell was supposed to go
there.
bong.
Oh,
Why is the bell not ringing?
Jeez, it's nuts. It's nuts for sure. What do you think of? I mean, we might have all 4 top seeds out come tomorrow.
That bye week suddenly not looking too good for top
you
seeds.
said that. Yeah, it's like this is not. I don't think we like this. J-Dub said next year some team's going to have a would you say, J-Dub, a 10-game lead
DK was talking about how,
throw
like,
the last 10 games?
It's a detriment to the team who wraps up their division early, and then they've got the 10 days off because they got to wait for the wild cards to finish up, and you get rusty. I said maybe you'll see a time not in the near distant future where the team's got a 5-game lead with 2 weeks to go and starts resting some starters because they don't want to have that 10 days off.
And see, that's the thing is that this has been a conversation among all sports where a bye week is included in the postseason. We, for the longest time, at least I remember this specifically, where we kept getting the storyline of, well, the Colts and Peyton Manning were at a disadvantage because they really haven't played a game of meeting for almost 2 weeks to end the year, and they didn't play last week, and that's why they lost. They were rusty. It's like, if you're good enough to be the top seed, you win 14-something games in football, you should be good enough to be able to come back after a bye week and win again.
I will say this, though, for baseball, is that there is no more routine-driven sport.
Yes,
that there is.
this is
And
true.
so if you're talking about a routine for, 9 months? How long's the season? It lasts forever. So you go through
Not
the
to
same
mention spring
routine,
training, too.
Same exact routine for 8-9 months of your life, and then you got 2 weeks of kicking your feet up. And you're going to go take some, ground balls and maybe some batting practice, but you're not playing a meaningful game. Again, I completely agree. If you're good enough, you should just win whenever. And that whole thing about how baseball is superstitions and what they do before games and all that stuff, if you have a stretch of 10 days off after 8 months, that's going to mess you up a little bit.
That being said, if you're taking time off and you're shagging balls out in the outfield, don't do that because that's how Mariano Rivera tore his ACL. You don't want that.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want that. If you're having fun, don't have fun in baseball.
Exactly. All right, I want to hear from Papa Mata after this game ends right here. Right now, David getting you home every 20 minutes on the fives with your traffic and your weather.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together. We got an incident over at South Craycroft and East Broadway Boulevard, slowing some things down at the intersection there. This is west of the Park Place Mall, so be aware of that. Also, those pavement improvements occurring on Moore Road between Thorndale Road and La Troya Boulevard, they're going to continue through November the 11th. You're going to see the crews out there to go ahead and monitor the traffic at the site until 6 p.m. today. And right now, you got about 95 degrees, dropping to about 89 once we get to 7 o'clock here. So pretty chilly later on this evening. I'm dragging
89? You're calling 89 chilly?
Considering we're
Come
still
on
at
now.
100
Get your
degrees.
parkas.
We
Get
were
your
in the
parkas
70s a few weeks ago at night. It was beautiful.
We were at 100
I was sitting on
degrees
patios.
literally 20 minutes ago. We
We
still
didn't
in the
even talk
hundreds.
about the fact you went to Trident. We'll have to wait and do that tomorrow.
True. I'm Dragon Ball with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by ChumbaCasino.com. Play social games online for free. Head to ChumbaCasino.com now to join the Chumba fun and experience the thrill of the Chumba life. No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void or prohibited by law. See terms and conditions. 18+.
Sean Furrier here for Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. There's a rumor that summer could finally be coming to an end. A big relief for us. But your car is probably still feeling the effects of the brutal summer heat. So now's the perfect time to stop by any of the 14 area Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care locations for a complimentary check of your brakes, batteries, coolant levels, and wiper blades. Those are just a few of the things to help keep your car road trip ready. And when those cooler overnight temperatures finally do arrive, some of you will see your low pressure warning light come on. But don't worry, you can stop by anytime for a free tire inspection and air pressure check. And if your tire sensor really is a problem, we can fix that too. Mention this ad and get free installation and tire rebalancing with the purchase of any new tire pressure sensor. Visit jackfurriers.com for even more specials. And for fast, friendly service, you can make an appointment online. Call ahead or just drive up and find out why Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care is the locals' favorite for tires and automotive repair. Jack Furrier Tire and Auto Care. Since 1960, we're here to get you there.
Hey homeowners, are you ready to chill out and go green? Goodfellas Air Conditioning can help. Introducing our latest lineup of energy-efficient systems featuring the new R32 refrigerant. It's cooler, greener, and better for the planet. You'll enjoy lower energy bills and a smaller carbon footprint. Not a fan of change? Goodfellas has a surplus of reliable R410 systems available. Unsure about what system you have or have questions? Give us a call for a free inspection. Goodfellas Air Conditioning, keeping it cool, keeping it green, and always keeping you comfortable. All right, she's inside. Are you good?
Yeah. It's just, she's my baby girl, you know?
I do, and ceramic coating was a good choice.
She's beautiful.
Yep, I know.
Recon Auto Detailing. Enhance or restore your baby to her former glory with paint recondition, ceramic coating, paint protection, tinting, and more for full protection of your vehicle inside and out. New cars, old cars, we love them all. Recon Auto Detailing, 3829 North Oracle Road, Tucson. ReconDetail.com.
For 100 years, O'Reilly Chevrolet has been part of the fabric of Tucson, just as our Chevy trucks are part of the fabric of America. With that in mind, we're proud to announce it's officially truck season. And this year we have Motor Trend's Truck of the Year, the all-new Chevy Colorado. Test drive your new Chevy truck on Broadway next to Park Place Mall. Call 747-8000 or check out our entire lineup at O'Reilly.com. Don't miss truck season, going on now at O'Reilly Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
O'Reilly Chevrolet. Online, on your phone with the Freedom 1400 app, on your smart speaker, or on the air. No matter how you listen, stay on the right side of the conversation all day long with Freedom 1400 AM. Start your morning with Brian Kilmeade from 6 to 9 a.m., followed by Dan Bongino keeping it fiery until noon. Then Chris Plant takes over from noon to 3, and you can drive home with Jimmy Fallon from 3 to 6 p.m. Conservative talk for Tucson is Freedom 1400 AM.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports, sponsored by Allstate. The Minnesota Lynx have advanced to their first WNBA final since 2017. Last night, they defeated the Connecticut Sun 88-77 at home in a winner-take-all Game 5. Minnesota was led once again by Nafisha Collier, who finished with 27 points and 11 rebounds. Her teammate, Courtney Williams, scored 24 and dealt out 7 assists. The second-seeded Lynx will take on the first-place New York Liberty in the WNBA Finals. Minnesota's head coach Cheryl Reeve won a gold medal with the U.S. Olympic team back in August, and now she's looking to win her 5th league title as the leader of the Lynx.
It's really, really special, and I am just so happy they have a chance to experience being in the finals. We're happy that we're going to the finals, but we're not going to be just happy to be there.
Game 1 of the WNBA Finals between the Lynx and the Liberty is tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern. With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Amber Theo Harris on Westwood One.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do?
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290. It's the Wildcat Hour, which means it's time for our Arizona Insiders.
Am I late? No, my boy, you're just in time.
Each weekday, Wildcats Radio 1290 brings you all the latest news and opinions of U of A football and the Big 12. So bear down, Wildcat Nation, and let's talk Arizona football. Our Arizona Insiders are brought to you by Coors Light, an official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. Coors Light. Choose chill.
All right, it is now final in Queens. The New York Mets have beaten the Philadelphia Phillies 4-1 to win their National League Division Series 3-1. Francisco Lindor, a 6th-inning grand slam home run and the number 2 seed in the National League, has been dispatched. Before we get to some football with Troy Hutchinson from Go AZ Cats, let's talk some baseball because Troy's a huge baseball fan. Troy, what do you make of what we're seeing in this postseason where all 4 top seeds might be out come tomorrow night?
Yeah, the only thing better than Philly tears are Dodger tears, so hopefully that happens tonight too. Unfortunately, it's not the Diamondbacks delivering it this year, but, it's kind of crazy how one bye week can ruin a whole season for a top seed. But, you're not going to intentionally lose games, but you might start seeing maybe simulated inter-squad games during that week, kind of keep them ramped up. Maybe they already do that, but it's not good to be number 1 in the MLB, it looks like.
No, yeah, I know the Guardians did do that. They did play some simulated games and tried to make them as real as possible, but obviously you can't without fans and the adrenaline of it all. It's a lot different, but something's got to be done to keep that because we were just saying baseball is such a creature of habit sport. It's such a regimented daily kind of routine, and you just take yourself out of that for a week, and it is tough to get back in it.
Yeah, and I think one of the major things you look at with all these top seeds across the MLB is, outside of maybe the Guardians, but they've had their issues too, the pitching really just isn't there. Zach Wheeler, phenomenal, but outside of that, a little shaky. And then for the Dodgers, outside of Yamamoto, there's not a lot there. So, I mean, pitching and defense and bullpen, that's what wins in the postseason.
It is indeed. It is indeed. We're chatting with Troy Hutchinson, Go AZ Cats, covers all of Arizona athletics. So let's talk some football, Troy. Wildcats on their way to BYU to take on the Cougars this weekend, coming off the loss to Texas Tech. What are you seeing offensively right now from Noah Fifita? There are several things that I've been talking about this week. One, I think that they're not giving Noah enough intermediate routes in some of these packages offensively. The second thing is when he does have intermediate routes, he's not seeing them all the time. And when you go to the interception in the end zone, and he had two underneath guys he could have thrown the ball to in that instance there. And the third thing is he's missing guys. I mean, he missed the touchdown pass to Tetro McMillan. He missed Tetro on another cross later in the game. He missed the pass to Sam Olsen on the sideline, and he overthrew the pass to Devin Hyatt in the red zone in the second half as well. We haven't really seen him miss a lot of passes like what we saw Saturday night against Texas Tech.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where you have a quarterback that feels like he has the weight of the world on his shoulders, and I don't think he would ever admit that, or anybody inside the athletic department would ever admit that. But it's not the calm, cool, and collected Noah Fifita that Arizona fans saw last season. And, I think it's a combination of things. I think, one, outside of Tetro McMillan, you don't have that Jacob Cowing that you had last year. You don't have that reliable number 2 receiver. Two, I think the play calling could improve, not just in terms of, the routes that the receivers are running, but just in terms of mixing it up. They kind of abandon the run when they fall behind early in games, and they had success running the football. I feel like if you're able to give him a solid running game, and you'll relieve some pressure for him. I just think there's a lot of pressure for Noah right now, and he's trying a little bit too hard, and you're seeing it play out on the field, because before he was able to make the reads in terms of short, intermediate, and long bomb as well. But he's missing guys not only wide open, he's missing guys that he's not seeing on the field that he's not even throwing the ball to. That interception to Tetro McMillan, he had Sam Olsen wide open for a touchdown on that play, and that's the exact same play that was against Utah where he threw the pick as well. He missed Tetro McMillan wide open over the middle of the field later in the game. So I think it's just too much thinking going on right now and not enough just quick reaction.
Troy Hutchinson joining us from GoAZCats.com, covers Arizona football as well as Arizona basketball and the other sports with the university. You mentioned obviously the easiest way to take pressure off of the quarterback is to run the football. Quali Connolly and both Kedrick Reesenow have shown the ability to do that. We said last week, I think they combined last week for 25 carries. We had said on the postgame show we'd like to see them maybe combine for 30 to 35 carries. Is that kind of maybe what you think we need to get into that realm with those two guys in terms of the commitment to the run game?
Yeah, especially right now when you have a quarterback that is struggling like Noah. I don't know if you want Noah, as of right now, throwing the ball 40, 45 times a game, whatever the number was this past weekend and the weekends prior. Just make it very simple for him, and I think the best way to simplify that is to get the ground game going. And if you do that, you're going to loosen up the defense and create opportunities in the passing game.
What did you think of the decision in the second half to kick the field goal when they had the 4th and 1 and they went up to the line to try to get them offsides? They took the delay of game and then allowed Tyler to kick the 37-yard field goal. I hated that decision because I thought, again, if you're going to go into these press conferences and you're going to say we want to score touchdowns, then try to score touchdowns. You can't, God love Tyler Loop, but, we don't want to go into every game kicking 6 field goals with Tyler Loop.
Yeah, that one I actually didn't mind because I go back to the first half. They had a 4th and 1, and they decided, I think it was 4th and inches.
Yeah.
They decided to go for it out of pistol formation, I believe, and it was ran to the left side right behind Caden Luke, and it was stopped fairly easily. So I think right now the play calling in those short situations isn't great, the plays that they have to run. Anytime you have Cade and Luke out there, because they haven't passed the ball out of that formation, you know where the ball's going to go. So I actually liked the field goal there and thought they should have kicked the field goal in the first half. If they kicked that field goal in the first half, the point situation's different. Maybe the play calling's a little bit different and the outcome's different. I think when you have a struggling offense like that, you need to take points when you can get them.
And obviously, you look at the way this defense has played the last 2 weeks, but now you're going to go into some games without leaders. And that's the thing that I've been really talking about a lot this week is like, you can replace bodies on the field and next man up and all that. But, you got leaders out there in Gunnar Maldonado and Trayden Stukes who have a whole lot of respect inside that locker room. And you can't just replace that leadership from those two guys on Saturdays.
Yeah, no, it's a tough situation. Trayden Stukes is reportedly done for the season. I know Brennan hasn't commented on that as of right now. Gunnar Maldonado, the extent of it, who knows? But anytime you're missing those type of players in the secondary, it's critical. Luckily for Arizona, they have Dalton Johnson. They have Tacario Davis, who have played snaps and are kind of leaders out there as well. That secondary unit was kind of the leaders of the defense. I think if there's a position group that can afford to lose some guys, it was the secondary. Now, you don't want to see anybody done for the season, but Arizona does have guys like Emmanuel Carnley. They have guys like Owen Goss. They have guys like Groves Killebrew, who have played meaningful snaps in a lot of football. So I think it's a good situation for Arizona in terms of if they were going to lose guys, and the secondary is not necessarily an area where you want to lose them, that was the area where you had the most depth out of all the positions on the field.
And the last two games, we've had some injuries up front. Chubamaye obviously has not been in there, but man, Stanley Tuafo has come in there and really made his presence known. This is a guy that necessarily wasn't at the top of the depth chart, but when you talk about next man up, he's taken that to heart and really been able to go in there and make some disruptive plays.
Yeah, I think the mindset with Stanley there compared to Chuba. Chuba's more of a stopgap and stop the run kind of defensive lineman. Stanley's getting into the backfield. He's creating pressure back for the quarterback. So I think that just bodes well for the defense right now, what it needs, just a little bit more aggressiveness. And, Dwayne Akina state game said that one of the main reasons dual threat quarterback.
I think we're losing you a little. I think we're losing you a little bit, Troy. Are you up in the foothills?
I am. Can you hear me?
We got you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. He said, when you're running, you need to play aggressive against those type of quarterbacks, and they just weren't doing it enough. And now you've seen with Stanley in there, the aggressiveness gone up, and I think that's led to defensive success for Arizona.
All right, real quick, what are your keys to winning this Saturday in Provo?
I think you're going to have to win the ground battle. Again, I go back to the running game. I think that's the best equalizer for Arizona. You saw it against Utah. They were able to run the football and keep the game simple for Noah. So I think win the ground battle, stop the run, and win the turnover battle as well. You don't want BYU to get extra possessions. When they flip the field out there in Provo, that fan base can get really loud and rowdy. So if you're able to stay in plus territory and flip the field for your offense, that's how you're going to win that football game.
All right, Troy, get back out on the road, and we will talk to you again soon.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, Troy Hutchinson from Go AZ Cats.
Thanks to Coors Light for bringing you today's Arizona Insiders on Wildcats Radio 1290. Coors Light is an official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics. Choose chill.
We appreciate Troy joining us. Much more straight ahead. The Mets have advanced to the National League Championship Series. They are the first team to do so. First appearance for them since 2015. They eliminate the number 2 seed and division rival Philadelphia Phillies 3-1. We'll have much more straight ahead as we take you up to 6 o'clock. DK on the Sports Tip. Dragon Ball getting you home every 20 minutes on the 5s with your traffic and your weather.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together, sponsored by O'Reilly Chevrolet. You got that waterline work continuing at Country Club in Glen as the southbound and northbound Country Club approaching and passing Glen is restricted. Also, the waterline work is scheduling around Outer Valley Road and Sandera Road till October the 11th. Traffic will be experiencing reduced speed there. And for your weather, we're finally back out of the 100-degree temperatures, cooling down to the mid-80s tonight. I'm Dragon Ball with you, Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
Truck season is going on now. And if you see us for details, we can tell you about how you can get up to $9,000 off a 2024 Silverado 1500. You're welcome.
O'Reilly Chevrolet.
This report is sponsored by LifeLock.
Every 3 seconds, there's a new victim of identity theft in the U.S. This Cybersecurity Awareness Month, get LifeLock for comprehensive identity theft protection. LifeLock alerts you to suspicious activity of your personal information. Start your 30-day free trial at lifelock.com/cybersafety.
Tune into Wildcats Radio 1290 weekly for Brett Brennan's football press conference, where you can catch up on all things Arizona football this season. Sponsored by Coors Light. Choose chill. Official corporate sponsor of Arizona Athletics.
Hey homeowners, are you ready to chill out and go green? Goodfellas Air Conditioning can help. Introducing our latest lineup of energy-efficient systems featuring the new R32 refrigerant. It's cooler, greener, and better for the planet. You'll enjoy lower energy bills and a smaller carbon footprint. Not a fan of change? Goodfellas has a surplus of reliable R410 systems available. Unsure about what system you have or have questions? Give us a call for a free inspection. Goodfellas Air Conditioning, keeping it cool, keeping it green, and always keeping you comfortable.
Have I told you about QC Kinetics? I know I have, because you don't have to keep living with that joint pain. Hey, it's David Kelly from Wildcats Radio 1290. Real lasting relief is possible with the help from QC Kinetics. People here are getting their lives back, getting their mobility back, thanks to QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in cellular therapies that can revitalize your joints. I'm talking back pain, shoulder pain, knee pain. These are cutting-edge treatments that require no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. These protocols have been developed by medical professionals and under the leadership of Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a former orthopedic surgeon and a pioneer in clinical regenerative medicine. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 2 locations here in Southern Arizona, off of Academy, off of Orange Grove. Call QC Kinetics now, 520-497-4955. That's 520-497-4955, QC Kinetics.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out.
Mark, you're late. We agreed we'd meet at the gym.
Sorry, I just don't have the energy I did a few years ago.
Could be low testosterone.
Low testosterone?
It happens, especially after 40. I was feeling the same way, so I started taking enclomiphene from Zelfie. It helps boost testosterone and made a huge difference for me.
I thought testosterone replacement therapies had risks.
Enclomiphene isn't testosterone replacement therapy. There's no injections. It's a simple daily pill that boosts your body's natural production of testosterone.
This helps you?
Enclomiphene can double your testosterone levels. Since taking it, I'm building lean muscle. I'm also sleeping better, plus other benefits in the bedroom. It's easy to try. Plus, send them a text right now and get 40% off.
Text BOOST to 200-300 to find out if you qualify for enclomiphene from Zelfie. Don't wait. Text BOOST to 200-300 right now and get 40% off. Enclomiphene can double your testosterone levels, and it's 100% online and shipped directly to your door. Text BOOST to 200-300. That's BOOST to 200-300.
This is the Sports Machine, Sean Levine, with a Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. I don't see any great teams right now in the NFC. It was supposed to be San Francisco. It was supposed to be Detroit. But right now, if I'm a fan of, I don't know, say the Minnesota Vikings, I don't just think my team's off to a hot start. I think our teams have a chance to get to the Super Bowl. Who thought we were going to be saying that? I'm the Sports Machine, Sean Levine.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. I knew we could not put off getting life insurance. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-452-5050 or go to SelectQuote.com now. That's 1-800-452-5050. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
DK on the Sports Tip on Wildcats Radio 1290.
520-848-1290. 520-848-1290 is the number to get in on the program. You can call us at that number. You can text us at that number. The Philadelphia Phillies have been eliminated by the New York Mets. They are giving a speech in the Mets clubhouse right now. The champagne is flowing in Queens right now with the OMG. I guess that's their thing now. Oh, my God. OMG. The Mets are moving on to the NLCS. They were trailing this game 1-0 when Francisco Lindor would step up to the plate in the 6th inning with the bases loaded.
2-1 to Lindor. Now the pitch. Swing and a drive towards the gap in right center. It's pretty deep. It's back near the wall. It's gone. It's gone. Francisco Lindor. He may have just outdone himself.
Indeed, a grand slam home run. He hit the big home run to get him to the postseason in that extra day game against the doubleheader against the Braves in game number 1. And then Edwin Diaz would shut the door on the Phillies in the 9th.
Rests the glove on his left thigh. Looks into Alvarez. Diaz still staring in. Comes set. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Put it in the books. And to the New York Mets, California, here we come. They have defeated the Philadelphia Phillies 4-1. They take the National League Division Series.
3-1 would be the final total there. The Mets are moving on, and they'll await the winner of the Dodgers and the Padres. 520-848-1290. Let's talk to David, who wants to talk some Mets-Phillies baseball. You're on DK on the Sports Tip, Wildcats Radio 1290.
How you doing, DK?
How are you, David?
I'm actually quite ecstatic, but that won't last for long. My excitement will be tempered because those Padres look mighty dangerous. So
they're good.
I'm going to temper my excitement right now.
What did you do when Francisco hit that grand slam?
Oh, my God. I leaped out of my seat, and I nearly hit the ceiling. I'm lucky that the ceiling fan was not right above me.
And hopefully
it was one of those. No, it was one of those moments. It was like that, the ball getting through Buckner's legs. One of those moments. It was just like, oh, my God, how did this happen?
Really?
How did this just happen?
I
tell you what, this has been such an awesome series.
You're right. It was. From that game Sunday, I was we talked about that on Monday. Just watching that game Sunday, they went kind of back and forth in the 8th and the 9th innings with the Mets taking the lead and then the Phillies winning it in a walk-off fashion. Just two rivals, and I wish my uncle Sam, my father's oldest brother, was around to see this because he spent his entire life, grew up in Philadelphia, born in Philly, grew up in Philly. But he was a huge Mets fan, and he would just absolutely have loved this series. He took no greater pleasure than watching his Mets beat the Phillies.
I'm telling you, and that's very true, because watching the Mets beat either the Phillies or the Braves is just outstanding to us. It's just one of those things. Now, a team that I especially love beating are the Chicago Cubs. Even though we're not in the same division anymore, we once were.
Yeah.
And Harry Carey used to ridicule the Mets so much. And I remember one time there was a commercial on WGN, and they would say, that it was these two old guys going back and forth with trivia. And then one of them looked at the other and says, Okay, I got one. What's a Met? Stumped them. And I'm like, come on, really? Leave it to the WGN to do that.
Exactly. Well,
but I tell you, this series really, it comes down to timely hitting, but the pitching has amazed me in this series. The starting pitching and even the relief pitchers where Mendoza has used starters to relieve, that has been the key to this. That was the key to this series. You know, when you had guys like Tyler Megill coming in, former Wildcat, and Peterson, who were able to shut down the Phillies in those middle innings and give extended innings, 2, 3, 4 innings of relief. That was amazing to see.
Well, that was big for David Peterson, 2 1/3 in this game tonight. Allowed just
and
2
then
hits.
in game one, he was outstanding when he came in for Senga after the 2 innings Senga pitched, and Peterson came in and pitched the next 3 innings, and just kept the Phillies at bay. And wow, just what a series! And then of course timely hitting. These guys, that 6, 7, 8, 9 hitter for the Mets, just. They were getting on base. That was important.
And Francisco Lindor's taken a lot of heat since he signed that big contract, but boy, has he paid off in the last couple of weeks with some big hits.
Absolutely. Him and Alonso have made the playoffs their time, and they were due for it.
So are they going to sign you to? I asked David Amata, because his dad's a big Mets fan. I asked him this question. I'll ask you: do you think they're going to re-sign Pete Alonso?
I think they will. I don't think that they're going to sign him. Well, I think they're going to offer him a contract, perhaps less years than what he would like. But I think that they are going to offer him something. Probably not the extended one that he'd like, and maybe he does wind up going somewhere else. But the Mets will extend something to him. That's my belief. Maybe a 2-3 year type of deal, but not a 5-year.
We'll see. We'll see how that all plays out. Hey, David, I appreciate you taking a few minutes to join us.
Oh, you bet, David. You take care.
All right. Call anytime. Mets beat the Phillies 4-1. Let's give you your Desert Diamond Casino replay for today.
And now, the best thing you will hear all day.
Hachi-machi!
It's time for the Wildcat Radio Replay. In case you missed this earlier in the day, we now bring you the best of 1290. It's made possible by Desert Diamond Sportsbook, Arizona's best bet.
I think J-Dub, we've got a reporter with a microphone down in South Philly right now. Let's send it down to our man on the street in South Philadelphia at the moment.
We had home field for 2 games, and you let them come here and beat us?
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's a f***ing idiot. We went farther without that guy. The Phillies, honestly.
Trade the whole f***ing team. This team f***ing blew today.
I want to say that I'm f***ing depressed. I had to ask 9 people for this f***ing cigarette.
Philly fans, we always stink.
Disappointment.
Oh, man, that was just straight garbage.
This sucks.
I hope they never can play a baseball game again. Fire Topper. Topper! What's up, man?
Feeling like I want to go lay in traffic.
All them because I couldn't get a hit when we needed it. I love how we spent $700 million for guys to go 0 for 12 combined. Let's go Jets. It's a good point.
I'm feeling good because, we still got the Birds.
Go Birds!
Go Birds!
Hit the ball, man. Come on, really? Hit the ball.
Overpaid.
That.
Hey, wait, where'd you get this banana?
From a homeless guy.
Hey, how do we feel about Dancing on My Own as a song moving forward?
You gotta cut it.
Time to retire it. Find something new.
Still fires up the crowd.
Well, I'm pretty sure it didn't work this year, so it's gotta go.
Crying instead of dancing!
I get song. They need to ditch that shit.
I don't want to hear that song ever again. How about you shut up?
That was the Wildcat Radio Replay with the best of the best from 1290. It's brought to you by Desert Diamond Sportsbook, Arizona's best bet.
I'm crying instead of dancing!
The sounds coming from our reporter on the ground in South Philly after the Philadelphia Phillies
At least they got the
another
birds, DK. They got the birds.
We still got the birds. I don't know if the birds are that good anymore. Nick Sirianni is Fire Topper. That Topper, if you're not familiar, that's Rob Thompson, the manager of the Phillies. That's his nickname. They probably will want to fire Topper again this year, and I don't think Sirianni is going to be that far behind as well. They might want to fire him too. Woo! Things are tough. Things are tough in Philadelphia right now. All right, tomorrow, remember, short show on Thursdays because we have NFL football tomorrow night. And who we got? I don't even think I wrote the teams down, who we've got. But we'll have NFL football for you coming up at 4:30 tomorrow.
San Francisco, Seattle.
Okay, there you go. It's an NFC West matchup, so we've got some stake in that right there. 3 games again this week. You've got the 49ers and the Seahawks tomorrow. Our coverage will start at 4:30, kickoff at 5:15. We'll also once again have the international game for you coming up this Saturday, Jacksonville and Chicago at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London. So Caleb Williams and company will take. It seems like Jacksonville gets that game every single year. They go over there and
It's a shorter
play
trip
there.
than it is from the Bay Area. Right?
Well, that's true. That's true. The Bears are 2.5-point favorites there. We'll have that game coverage at 6:15 in the morning on Friday with kickoff at 6:30. And then Sunday night football with our guy Ryan Radke, U of A grad, will be at 4:30 coverage, 5:20 kickoff, the Bengals and the New York Giants. Thanks to all the folks that were part of this show today. Desiree Reed-Francois, U of A Athletics Director. Jay Drew from the Deseret News, covers BYU. Adrian Denny, Utah Hockey Club. Congratulations again to Adrian, called up to the National League from the Tucson Roadrunners. And Troy Hutchinson talking Arizona football from GoAZCats.com. Don't forget, folks, you don't have to keep living with that joint pain. Real lasting relief is possible with the help from QC Kinetics. People here are getting their lives back. They're getting their mobility back thanks to QC Kinetics. I'm David Kelly. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in cellular therapies that can revitalize your joints. I'm talking advanced regenerative medicine using your own body's healing properties, highly concentrated and carefully placed in your achy joint, back pain, shoulder pain, knee pain. This is cutting-edge stuff, folks. There's no surgery, there's no drugs, there's no downtime. It's a quick in-office procedure that you can get, and it'll get you moving again. Dr. Mitchell Shinecup, he's a former orthopedic surgeon. He is the pioneer in this clinical regenerative medicine. Arthritic joint pain, that's keeping you from doing the things you want to do, like play golf or play with your grandkids. If you got that pain in your knee and you can't bend down, pain in your hip, maybe your back, your shoulder, you really owe it to yourself to learn more. I want you to call QC Kinetics today. Get that free consultation, 520-497-4955. There are 2 locations here in Southern Arizona, one off of Academy, the other off of Orange Grove. Again, call QC Kinetics, 520-497-4955. That's 520-497-4955. For J-Dub, for Dragon Ball, my name's David Kelly. That's our time for tonight. Thank you very much for your time. We'll talk to you tomorrow. DK on the Sports Tip, 3 o'clock. This is Wildcats Radio 1290.
From the O'Reilly Chevrolet Traffic Center, this is Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together, sponsored by Park Place Management. Accident with injury reported at East Reeder Road and East Reese Loop. This is west of Houghton by the Purple Heart Park and Reeder Ranch. Be aware of that. And the traffic signal upgrades occurring at 22nd Street and Alverdon should be opening back up at 6. Signals will not be in operation until then, with law enforcement on site to direct the travel. We're finally in the low 90s with the mid-80s coming up later tonight. I'm Dragon Ball with your Wildcats Radio 1290 Traffic and Weather Together.
This report is sponsored by Norton 360.
October is Cybersecurity Awareness Month. While multi-factor authentication is another step to stay cyber safe, Norton 360 offers the cyber protection you need to protect yourself from today's sophisticated threats. Get up to 58% off at norton.com/secure.
Escape the ordinary and indulge in a world of excitement at Park Place Mall. Discover endless possibilities with over 100 stores, restaurants, and entertainment options. Join them for the monthly Kids Club, Yappy Hour, and seasonal events. From fashion to food, it's all at Park Place Mall, where you belong.
Your home for in-depth conversation.
Nothing they do is by surprise. They telegraph what they want to do, and then they brag about it afterwards. It's a way to keep us at each other's throats.
The most pressing issues.
This was just a white on black crime, and you can already see the narrative starting to form in real time.
And fresh perspective.
The air marshals will not be on the airplanes because they're down at the border escorting illegal aliens to their Ubers.
America's most loved truth tellers live on Tucson's home for conservative talk. This is Freedom 1400.
Wildcats Radio, 1290 and Goldberg and Osborne. The injury lawyers are proud to support the University of Arizona radio broadcast. Your Arizona Wildcats will take on BYU.